a life, can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames I've been put up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bonnet. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys? What's going on? How you doing? Welcome to Life Discussions with Dr. Jefferson. I'm Dr. Jefferson. We're going to have an interesting dialogue today. Really interesting. A really interesting one. So, oh man. I just don't know. I don't know what to say about Kevin Samuels. Has anybody been watching this guy? Have you guys been watching his shows since all of the controversy and his Average at Best and his Sasha K interview? Have you guys been keeping track of this guy? Because, you know, I know that you guys hear me say a lot on here that like, I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him. About him, he's like a friggin' hypocrite. All of these things. You hear me say a lot of stuff about this guy, and I've openly admitted I don't like him. So I want to make sure that I go ahead and I let you guys know that those are my biases. Just kidding. But I'm not a fan. But I will say Kevin Samuels has definitely been interesting to hold accountable, to research, all of that, everything. 100%. He's been a very interesting person. I've been quite intrigued by him and some of his perceptions. Don't know how valid they are for real people, right? But so for you guys, as you come in, I want you to go ahead and let me know your thoughts about Kevin Samuels. Here on Life Discussions with Dr. Jefferson, we hold people accountable. We have the very difficult conversations, those very difficult discussions that people typically shy away from because it makes them feel uncomfortable. We have conversations that are about accountability that relate to the Black community, that relate to American community in general. And then, you know what? Those other things in the world, period, that may or may not have a direct impact on the Black community. So I'm going to welcome my guest today, my co-host for the day, the official urban therapist. What's going on? Let him introduce you guys. The where you can find him and all that good stuff.
Hello, everybody. I am the official urban therapist. You can find me on Facebook and you can find me on YouTube as well. And I appreciate for the invite once again, Dr. J.
Man, listen, this right here.
Yeah. To be honest, I think you just can't get enough for Kevin Samuels. That's what I think it is.
Man, I think I like that guy. I just can't. I can't. What you gonna do about it says, I think Kevin Samuels is a victim of the system of anti-Blackness, which the second H wasn't meant to be there, which is racism, I'm thinking.
Yeah, he was overly excited typing.
Yeah. Yeah, you were excited, huh? Just like myself. Oh, somebody, you're a victim of the system? Are you're share your experience. Come on, tell me about them. I'm waiting for Kevin Samuels to pull up. Hey Mario, what's going on? Okay,
Mm.
thanks.
Ke- Kevin Samuels ain't gonna pull up. He getting ready for the show in about 30 minutes.
Oh my god. Oh my god, like this guy. I have I don't have any words for this content that we're going to review today. Refron, how are you? A lot of people listen to him because of his God, how fast am I supposed to read? My producer thinks that I'm a speed reader, you guys. He literally, I don't know, I'm a psychotherapist. I don't speed read, okay?
Your producer's on troll mode.
He on troll mode. He got it. He got it. Like last night, when he came back, he was like, "What is this,
Yeah, that was crazy last night. I was helping clearing it out too,
man?"
because it was a whole lot. It was that was real crazy.
God, y'all gotta help me out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have a thing. Like in this field, there are a lot of things that come up. There are a lot of things that I see. There are a lot of things in human behavior that would shock most people, but for whatever reason, they don't shock me anymore. I don't think I'm shocked by anything. I'm entertained by a lot of things. Kevin Samuels, he is interesting. So let me go back to this. A lot of people listen to him because of his charisma and imagery. This is because many people on social media just keep mumbling, unlike him. Maybe I guess so. Who knows?
So
Who knows?
so I didn't make it in your intro. So what's the issue about Kevin this time? I need to leave kiddings alone, man.
I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I'm holding. I'm hitting up. I'm doing a Kevin Samuels tonight. So I'm holding all of the basic stuff until I get enough followers in here. Just kidding.
Calypso, what's up with it, Mario? What's up with it? What you going to do about it? What's up with it? Glad y'all joining us this evening.
Man, let's talk about this though. Here is the thing, you guys. Like, man, this guy is so interesting to me. Here's the thing, okay? People like Kevin Samuels, I've said it a million times over. They have a purpose, okay? What's going on, Money Boy Trey? How are you?
Money boy, what's up, bro?
I feel like there are so many levels to this. I feel like there are so many levels to this. Kevin Samuels has a place in this world, the original Kevin Samuels. And I really feel like, as Mario J says, I've pissed somebody off. I feel like I have influenced the universe of the manosphere, and Kevin Samuels is now coming around, and I can't even make my commentary that I would like to make about him. But he is him. So at the end of the day, he's always going to slip up because he's still got those basic instinctual kind of behaviors. This is kind of me, who I am at the core. So even if I change a couple of surface behaviors, I'm not going to be able to keep that same energy consistently throughout the show. So Kevin Samuels, shout out to you, my guy. You're it. Today is your day.
Yeah, and we have to keep it 100 too. If it wasn't for Kevin Samuels, all this conversation that we having about accountability and about relationships, all
No,
these things, these tough conversations,
we still
it
have
never would exist if it wasn't for him
no,
stepping out and doing what he's doing.
no. Tommy Sotomayor, then we'll say yeah. But I think Kevin Samuels, he's just a minuscule mini. They speak on the same things, and to me, they are the same person. The only difference is Kevin Samuels. I heard Tommy Sotomayor say that he approached him and asked him to address him and all that good stuff. I can see I can see him dressing Tommy Sotomayor up and making him look different. I don't know what that different would look like though. Don't know. Not sure I'm ready to see that. But Kevin Samuels, you guys, give that guy a round of applause.
Yeah, give him what credit is due.
He's a character. You know what? Let me tell you something, okay? I gotta admit, Kevin Samuels' dress code is nobody can fuck with him. Okay. I don't know too many men, and I know a lot of men. Okay. My family is packed with men. And when I say they clean up very well. Okay. I don't know too many guys that could get on Kevin Samuels' level. You understand what I'm saying? Where he is now. Now, I gotta admit now, Kevin, you know I'm here about accountability. So, of course, I've done some very deep-seated history taking. I've looked at your history, okay? You came a long way, my guy.
yeah, he have. But even in his past, he always was a great dresser, metrosexual. So
he was all right. Go back and look at them old car videos and look at them old by that real in that old house with it looked like a cabin, but an old school cabin where he was renting a room. Kevin Samuels, by in no means am I trying to take you off of your pedestal. I want you up there. I want you 100% up there for this discussion tonight because I'm coming for you. I need you to be you. Don't listen to the rhetoric that we're putting out here trying to knock you off your pedestal, my guy. We need the old Kevin Samuels. We need how did you let this happen on your show, my guy? Like, I'm going to show you guys the video. How did he let this happen on his show? How?
What happened? What happened?
Kevin Samuels, tonight, we're going to have a conversation about how Kevin Samuels finally met his match. Times two on the same night, I think it was. Now, that's rough.
Show the video. Enough talking. Let's see the video. I got to see this.
Like, let me see. I gotta see this. But no, seriously. Hold on. Let me answer some questions from Kevin Samuels' favorite guy. Go back to that previous comment. They're not the same because Tommy doesn't understand imagery and making black men accountable. Making black men accountable or holding them accountable. It's two different things. And I'm going to go ahead and speak to that latter point. Black men cannot be made to do anything. They can't. Black people in general have a real big issue with compliance. It's like our biggest issue. Hands down. So making a black man do something.
So what you're trying to say? You're trying to say us black men don't want to do nothing? Period.
Nah, I'm saying
you don't like to listen?
A black man is only going to do what he wants to do. A black man is his own end all be all. And that's literally, I think that's the point of contention of black men. I think that's the good thing and the bad thing about them. You can't make them, coerce them into doing anything that they're not vested in, that they don't see an outcome that's beneficial to them. That's basically how most men are, but black men in general, why do you think we have such a high and alarming rate of excessive force cases when it comes to black men?
Notice I'm giving you that look.
I'm just saying. I'm here for accountability. Answer the question.
So we really gonna put every black man into that category that you just said, right?
So the category I said is that black men cannot be made to do anything. They cannot be forced to do anything. That's the blanket statement. The question
Hmm.
that I asked was, why do you think we have such a high amount, an alarming amount of excessive force cases against the black men when being arrested?
Well, we have them high numbers is because the
Mhm.
individual who's committed them excessive force cases, they're the ones who need to be held accountable because
Really?
they believe that the officers is there to do harm to them, but overreact the situation, but that it's not every black man situation.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. However, in order for one to adopt the mindset that the police are here to do something harmful to me, one would have had to be exposed to a culture of men that looked like me that said their experiences with police officers led to XYZ. Okay?
Hmm.
Okay? How do we get to those police interactions in the first place, though? Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, it's different scenarios that can happen to get to that situation. I blame it, to be honest with you, I blame it on the culture of the media because the media controls the masses a lot, especially
I
influencing their
agree to some
behavior.
extent. Hmm.
So if they look at things, say for example on Facebook or YouTube, and
Hmm.
seeing police are doing these things to people, then to top it off, Hollywood are creating movie scenarios that these same situations happen. More than likely, that individual is going to adopt that behavior that the police is after them. So they're going to be living in a false narrative. Part
Now I have seven sons. Seven. Four of
seven.
which are grown.
Hmm.
Okay. They've had police interaction, but they've never had issues with hostility, excessive force, any force actually. No force whatsoever.
Yeah. And what was the reason behind it?
Fitting the description. All black people fit this description. I
No,
had
no,
this
no. I'm talking about them having that behavioral mindset or how to handle the police versus
they
the
they
ones that we're talking
realize
about.
that the media paints a narrative and it's not always the truth
Hmm.
because they have a parent and another parent and grandparents and other parents, parental figures. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
they have people in their lives from various cultural backgrounds that teach them the ways of the world in reality, not the facade that we need to see or blames and things like that.
Yeah.
You know. So
See, me and you, we're part of that small narrow percentage where we train our children up the ways they need to go to protect them in life. And I do the same thing with my children as well, just teaching them the importance about the law enforcement officer, letting them know they're not an enemy. They're actually here to protect and serve us. Whenever I have interaction with the police, especially when they're in the vehicle with me, I teach them exactly how to handle the situation every
modeling
single time.
behavior. Right. So my thing is, you know, it is what it is. So when I say that black men cannot be made to do anything, the reality is black men are one of the most entitled type of men in the world. Do you know why?
I want to hear this reach. Go ahead, explain it.
It ain't
Go ahead.
recent.
You're reaching,
Traumatic
but go ahead.
history via vicarious trauma from your ancestors and your other ancestors and your parents and all those great folks. Okay. A sense of entitlement comes from that. And then this really big piece, this big piece, the white man
The
and the
white man.
system that was created by the white man is against us. So we got to stick together, but we really don't because we kill each other. Those conflicting narratives in the black community. That's
Hmm.
what creates the sense of entitlement in the black man. Other men don't think that way because in other countries they don't have those rights to freedom like Americans. Period. Nobody is a free country
Yeah.
essentially but America. You guys are
So
it.
So help me to understand this. The sense of timing that you're talking about, you you're talking about as far as them being above the law that they can do whatever they want to do and
No, I
without no
don't think.
accountabilities?
I don't think that they're above the law. I think that they cannot be made to do anything. So, in order for a black man to comply, right, there are certain things that have to be in alignment. And I'm going to get to you guys' comments. Okay. He has to see how he's going to benefit from said interaction. He has to see how that thing can add value to him, either physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially, otherwise. It has to be worth it for him. For a black man, he can't be made to do anything because his pride leads because of his vicarious trauma. At some point, this black man has been told a story of how slavery existed in America and the way slavery impacted the black man, the Negro man. And he is an image of the Negro man. He is a continuation, a descendant, a direct descendant of the Negro man. That's the mindset that black men take. And as a result, his trauma is my trauma, is my trauma, my son's trauma. You understand? It's generational trauma that we're going to continue to pass down because that is the only thing that continues to get passed down. The righteous history of black American men does not get passed down. Where it is that they started and succeeded and had their own and built their own life without an entitlement mindset, that doesn't get passed down. Because we're thinking about it's getting passed down through the lips of the ancestors, not the books yet. So the lips of their ancestors then start to write books, right? They become philosophers, PhDs. They start to dissertate. And they start to dissertate about the black experience in America. Then they start to dissertate about how more people should jump on the bandwagon and talk about the black experience of racial trauma. And then we come into a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. But ain't nobody alive right now that was a slave. Isn't that crazy? When the book came out, there was nobody alive that was a slave, nor had that person had any contact with a person that was a slave. So everything at this point is called hearsay, and it's vicarious trauma. The only thing gets passed down is the terrible horror stories of the black experience. Nothing about the glory of the black experience. Nothing about the people who strive for excellence and then went for excellence and achieved great excellence and the wealth and have a legacy and lines that continue to pass down that are also black community. But that's that part. It's a whole nother conversation, okay? But the reality is that is where that comes from, okay? And that's not to take anything away from those guys. If that's what they feel happened to them, if that's what they're seated in and they feel like they're going to achieve where they're going, as, you know, by leaning on that piece, more power to you. Right now, Kevin Samuels is an exact replica of vicarious trauma, okay? But he's had real trauma. He's the first generationer, okay? So he's had, thank God this guy don't have any sons. Just thank God. Woo, because that's rough, okay? That would be rough. We'd be in trouble, seriously. But he is impacting a lot of men in the same way that he would impact his sons, right? So Kevin Samuels, he's this guy. He's had a negative interaction with one woman, right? He was in a relationship with that woman. He thought that he had the woman, his high school love, felt like he had met the woman of his dreams. He was going to build with her, had big dreams for life, right? Great aspirations. And then he starts that journey out. And then somewhere along that journey, he gets kind of knocked off things. Because he's like, well, wait, you're expecting me to do something? Like pay some money? What we doing? I ain't making no money to be paying no money. What's your money? What you doing? What you talking about? I ain't got no money. I got no money to pay your bills and my bills, even though we live in the same house. You pay them. You're the woman. Women pay the bills. It's a new day. It's a new day. came from the same damn day I came from. No, men don't. What you mean? Men don't let women pay bills. But Kevin Samuels, that's the guy you guys follow. So then she had enough of it. She left. He figured he was going to go and, you know, do his thing one more time and try and step in there, get his feet wet again, see what he can get, you know? Throw the line out there. Just see what's out here, you know? Gets married again. Kid comes this time. Damn, so now she want me to take care of her and a kid? They got me fucked up. I'm just saying. Like, you have to look at the guy's storyline, okay? So now he's in a situation to where now he has to be a father and you want him to pay all the bills for you? What are you doing? Like, what's wrong with you? Where is your money going? I get it, Kevin. You're divorced again. And then he's like, now he's hurt because he's like, man, there is something wrong with these women. There is something wrong with them because they keep divorcing me. The common denominator is you, Kevin. It's you, my guy. It's all you, 100%, right?
So it wasn't the women that he was choosing.
Man, of course not. If you choosing the wrong way, extremely the wrong way twice, it's a rough day. Back to back, it's a rough day. Your life is yielding you no lessons from experiences, sir. I'm just saying. But finally, he decides the internet is now growing. It's a growing internet, and this growing internet is telling me that, you know, I can make money out here. Let me find somebody for me to style. You know, let's try Tommy Sotomayor. You know, this guy clearly needs style. He needs somebody to fix him. And I'm it. I'm that guy. I'm up and coming. I mean, I'm panhandling outside of these stores or whatever, but I'm trying to get my life going. Right? Right? Somebody is going to stop. Somebody is going to help me out. Somebody's going to get me off the ground. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't somebody didn't come. Damn y'all, man. Find another way to get your attention. I know y'all been through the same thing I've been through. So finally, he takes to the internet, and during this time that he's panhandling, trying to get these guys to let him style them and stuff like that, finally takes to the internet and in hopes now that he's going to catch the big fish, the men, right? While he's now also moving into a different job. Now he's actually moving in a job. He's making a little bit of money, you know, a little bit of money. Went from 38 in his 30s to maybe we're making 45. We're doing something, but I ain't paying no child support. Got time for that? Who got time for that? These women keep asking me for money. What the hell is their problem? This is Kevin Samuels' mindset, okay? What are they bringing to me that I can't bring to myself? I got a whole hand, right? Yeah, with it. Totally with it. So Kevin Samuels comes around to the internet, and this time as he's coming around to the internet, he's had some experience with marketing. He's learned some things from his new job in sales and marketing. As a result, he's like, got something for you niggas. Like, y'all done ignored me outside of this store. Didn't want me to style you? Oh, you gonna learn. I'm about to trauma bond with you. I know you've been through it because that's what they doing out here in these streets. So now he's on the internet. He's talking about how women ain't nothing. The Black woman is overvalued. And they keep dissing us and telling us that we have low value, right? And what happens? What you got a million men around here that have been dissed by millions of women around here because men are responsible for being the hunters. Somebody didn't tell him that. Rejection is a part of the process, Kevin. I'm gonna tell you. But so men are responsible for being hunters. As a result, that means they're going to get shot down. Probably, I don't know what the math is. Somebody pull up the fake math and send it to Kevin Samuels because he said that he's good at making numbers look like they make sense, even if they don't. So, but I'm gonna throw some out.
You know good and well, men get shot down way more than women do.
Well, women
You
shouldn't be
don't even
shooting
need
those
the
shots,
math behind
according to
that.
me. You know what I mean? So I don't shoot any shots. I've never shot any shots. I don't know what that would look like.
Exactly.
I don't know what that
Exactly.
would look like. I'm a woman. Very cultural, traditional. There is no me shooting shots at men. Why? What? Like somebody told me. They were like, you know what? But women can now go on to Bumble and date guys, and that way you got to send them a line first. Well, if I'm single, my ass gonna be single. Not sending them nothing first. That means I actually gotta seek out them. I gotta look for them. That's their job. That's their job. If I'm the one that's doing all this external research and stuff, once we come together and we're building together, I gotta make sure that he's good, we're good, our household is good, legacy is good. All of these things, I gotta make sure all those things, and he can't even come find me. Yeah, no, I'm not interested. So Kevin had women
Whoa,
probably like that.
hold on. Before you continue the story,
Go ahead.
is that really how the way women think? Well, when the man
This
come up and approach them?
no, when a guy comes and approach them, then they
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have to
When
think
they,
that. So a guy is supposed to be the one that's approaching. He's supposed to be the guy that's, they say he who finds a wife. He ain't find a wife because she found him.
I'm talking about the whole part. You talking about as the man come up and approach and talk to you, right? You have all these thoughts going on to your head. Is he a provider? He's this and that, blah 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 blah. Don't even know the dude yet, but you already have all this preconception thoughts about him.
The expectation that he's a provider. Is that
Yeah,
what you're asking?
that's what you said. That's what you said.
Yeah. Women should naturally. It depends. If a woman was raised by a man, she definitely has that. Definitely. If she was raised by a man, I didn't say a male. If she was raised by a man, she definitely thinks that, because that's exactly what he modeled for her. And that's exactly what he told her before he sent her out here into this world, and where men are now supposed to be doing, meaning or exceeding the standard that he set for her. Yeah, that's what she's thinking. 9 times out of 10, the women of this generation in this particular community, I have to say, they don't think like that.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at more than comment. He talking about that is not a woman's position to shoot or shot. Look,
it isn't.
We are in the 21st century now.
I keep hearing that.
We're in the 21st century now. So you mean to tell me, all right, so you mean to tell me if a woman were to approach you right now who's interested in you, you're at the grocery store or wherever you at, you ain't even thinking about a woman, and a woman just so happen came approach you and start talking to you, shooting a shot. Would you or would you not holler at her?
I want to know the answer to that question. There you go.
I would.
There you
I
go.
almost definitely would.
There you go, Refrain. So he says that a woman sends subliminal, because those are the things that we're taught to do. Women are taught to be noticed without being noticed. We are naturally cultivated, coming up to be nurturing, alluring, all those things. You understand? But to not yield those things to the wrong man. So that means that when you do find that guy in the cluster of men who are, coming at you, and you do select, it's a man who is worthy of your submission. So you don't end up out here, just exchanging soul ties with people, anybody, right? I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it.
Marta, your lady. Well, my rebuttal doesn't apply to you, so I'll retract that.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Like, I think Kevin Samuels ran into a woman that was kind of like the woman that expects the man to do certain things, but the problem with that woman is that she never conveyed to him what her expectations were, nor what her boundaries were going into a relationship with him. And as a result, they ended up in a marriage for a couple of years where they're playing house. And then they realized that, you know what, this guy, he's not here to do the things that he's supposed to be doing. Or this guy, he thinks he gonna exercise his options. Oh, he got me fucked up. Let me tell you, look, where Mario at? I'm about to piss somebody off, okay?
Hey, that's copyright infringement right there. Don't stealing his stuff. I'm telling you did it too.
I have directly stole his stuff, okay? Let me tell you something. Kevin Samuels ended up in a relationship with a woman the second time around making way more money than him, okay? Way more money than him. And Kevin Samuels said, like, I hope she don't think I'm supposed to pay some bills. I hope she don't think I'm supposed to do anything but put out this soul pole. Isn't that what you guys called it? Soul pole now? I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know. Penis? Oh, I heard it from a couple of male clients.
It changed names again?
Yeah, I have a couple of male clients. Now, these particular male clients are between the ages of 35 and 46 that I've heard.
I'm in that age range. That was my first time hearing it.
I've heard at least 4 times from black male clients. It was like, she's addicted to my soul pole, Dr. J. I'm like, huh? She's addicted.
That must be an Atlanta thing.
What's that? Maybe. But I'm shocked every time I hear it. Equally. I'm like, boy, okay, tell me what that looks like. That's my favorite response. Saying Umar calls it a Shango stick. Good God.
But we're not talking about Umar. You had a whole show about Umar again. And got trolled by yesterday, so we're gonna leave Umar alone.
Of poor Umar yesterday, you guys. He's not on my list anymore. But hey, Kevin. Hey. We're about to hold you accountable today. Let me put this link here real quick.
Miss Martha, let me ask you this question. I just thought about it. Okay. You're at the grocery store, right? Again, same scenario. You see this nice, handsome brother. He's not noticing you, but you notice him. You're doing your due diligence as a woman to try to get him to notice you. You know, that thing that Dr. J was saying that y'all normally do, but he still not notice you, right?
He's lost. This
is only a once in a lifetime opportunity for you to see this brother, right?
How you know that?
So you'll never know. It could be.
No, women are raised with the mindset that it's about fate and connection and spiritual energy. So we know that if it's meant to be, it's gonna be. We know that if he is meant to be for us, it's gonna be the strangest thing. Okay. We're gonna pop up in the same place at the same time again, and then we're gonna be thinking like, are you a stalker or is this fate?
Okay. All right.
Most of the time, they're
glad you mentioned the spirituality part of it. Now at the same time, this principle applies even spiritual too. Faith without works is dead. So my point is this: if you see that brother right in the grocery store, he's not paying attention to you, but you doing your very best, your due diligence to get this brother to notice you, right? And you really feel some type of connection. You can't explain it, and you feel some type of connection. Tell me you wouldn't walk up there and approach that dude.
Me?
No, I'm talking about
Miss Martin.
I'm talking about Miss Martin. Tell me you want to walk up and approach that dude, knowing that this may or may not be a once in a lifetime opportunity. You may not even see this dude ever again.
She's not going to do it.
She's not going to do it. I'm going to tell you why she's not going to do it, because she can't handle rejection.
Women?
Yep.
Women can't handle rejection?
You guys get violent.
Rush, what's up, man?
Really?
Man, you just came on the panel throwing shots.
Wait, women have been getting rejected their whole lives. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of things.
I know you're a doctor. You know, you got like 9 PhDs and all that, but you know that's a lie.
I'm an MD, correction. Okay. I don't sit on my ass and dissertate. I did very hard labor during residency, seeing patients face to face. I transcended
I
over
know you're
into
official. I know you're official. Yeah, you're official. I'm glad. Come on now. Come on.
But no, what I'm saying is the human condition is a very interesting thing to observe. Women naturally have a thing that, Sigmund Freud, we went all the way back to him and his thing, right? He calls it penis envy. So from the very beginning, women have been rejected and learning how to be rejected, but being comfortable with that said rejection from the world around them, because there are things that suppress the freedom of expression of a woman in and of herself as she's trying to explore life and become whatever she feels drawn to.
Okay. Here's the thing though. When women make their approach, it's indirectly, it's never directly. So she might shoot a shot by looking at you for a certain amount of seconds, and that's it. She's not gonna go up and physically approach the guy and really converse with him. Now, women that do now, you got some women that that's brave enough to do that, but the majority don't do that. You know that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Women typically do not approach men for the reason that women are naturally the people that are being chased, not the person who is doing the chasing. And it's one of the main reasons that a lot of my clients that come in that are part of the LGBTQIA plus community, it's one of the main reasons that they say they have a really difficult time meeting partners. Because think about it, if you're a woman who is a lesbian woman or you're a queer woman, without the internet, how would you approach another woman of the same love interest? You understand?
Well, it depends on the attribute that lesbian carries. Now, you have some lesbians carry the attribute of a male, so they're more assertive and they're more direct. So I don't see Mad Dykes bag.
It's very few of them.
No. Well, this is something I witnessed. So I see Dykes up to females, and they're bad, and they know exactly what to say because
that's a masculine
energy. Themselves is a female, so they have the capability of bagging that female.
That's because they have masculine energy. So I said a lesbian.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They hold the attribute of a male, so they assert themselves as a male, so they could bag that chick. So in reality,
that's a very small portion of the lesbian community. So the vast majority of the lesbian community are females who are very feminine. You could never tell them from a female that's straight, which is why they struggle with making the connection, because it's not their innate nature to pursue. It just isn't.
Okay, so, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of men typically have this idea that the representation of lesbianism looks like there is always a male energy and a female energy, but there's not. The vast majority of female to female relationships are females that are just female. They don't cross dress. They don't have masculine energy. They're just, you would never be able to tell them apart from a straight woman. So how would they in public make a connection with a woman that is on their same level, but
unless she goes to like a gay bar or something.
Woman.
You know what I mean? She might go to a gay bar and try to pick up something.
Yeah, but a bar is not the typical place to, well, you say pick up, right? So we're talking about love connections. So intimacy is not the same as going to a bar. So women think just like men. I know that oftentimes that there has been this line. Women do not think like men, but there has been this coming from a person who sees both.
Dr. J, you got to keep in mind on Rush. He's coming from a single person perspective. So
right, but that's what I'm saying.
He's going to give you.
But no, that's what I'm saying. So I see single people in therapy. That's what I do. So the therapist is the person they go and they tell their truth, not the stuff they front on the street with, but their truth, intimate truth, because they know that what they say to me is doctor-patient confidentiality. So you will never know their names when I do talk about the relationship, relating information that looks like or mimics their story. You understand? So when I say they struggle with the same issues and their thought processes are the same, they're the same. The underpinnings that drive the single male in this generation of people, in this age of people dating, are the same for the opposite sex. There is nothing different. And that's what makes it very difficult for people to have successful relationships now, because men have this misconceptualization that women don't think that way, women don't move that way, because you guys are trying to mix two different generations of women and mindsets. And that's just not the truth. The vast majority of women that you guys are exposed to select from and date today, in these age groups that Kevin Samuel targets very hard, 40 and under, the vast majority of those women think like, well, I'm just trying to get what I need to get, because at the end of the day, it's not anything.
Well, when you say,
money, I don't really need him for nothing.
What's the age range? Give us a specific age range.
From 21 to 40.
That's like reaching. That's reaching. But
no, it's not. I got the facts. Like, I see hundreds of thousands of people over my tenure. I'm telling you, this is just what it is. That's why I do these conversations. Like, if you look at the initial conversations that I started, it was for women and their directionality and their mindsets around what it looks like to have a successful dating experience that leads to marriage. But they still want the mindset.
You're mixing up two different generations, and both of them have two different styles of dating.
No, they don't. That's the thing about this generation of women that are under 40. If you notice, there is a high presence of child protective services, right? I covered a story where a grandmother was responsible for ultimately the death of her granddaughter not too long ago. The grandmother was 45 years old. The daughter was in her early 20s. The child was...
That's not a grandmother. That's like... She's kind of young to be a grandmother.
But that's what I'm telling you. The reality is, you might see them as young to be a grandmother, but her daughter, whose child this was, and her have the same outcome. They have the same goals. They're dating the same men. They're interested in the same thing.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Right. And so the mindsets of women at this age is not the same as they used to be of women in that age group. There is less separation.
In that perspective, yeah, you're right. You're freaking right.
So the thing is, they don't shift into appropriation for marriage, automatically. They shift into appropriation of what their physical needs are. And then they hope that it doesn't matter what they do, they'll still land a good husband that's willing to be the provider.
They can't do it like that. They won't ever get.
I already said that, but they don't care about that. Look, I've already said I have a group. Okay, I've talked about this group a lot of times, but it's all doctorate level professionals. All of the women are doctorate level professionals. Some of the men are doctorate level professionals. Some of them are lesser than that, but for a woman in this day and age being in that position, oftentimes that's a point that women are like, well, you know what? I got my own life. It's already built. What can a man offer me? But they still want marriage, and and these women are single. Some of them are pushing 50. Some of them have been divorced, no kids, but want kids. Are you getting where I'm going?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. That's why there's such a
have sex with whoever they want to have sex with while they're multi-dating, and the dude that end up proposing just lands its prize. Where's the prize? You're having sex with all of them. So
yeah, I mean that's why there's a high percentage of women on meds because of this. You know what I mean? Like they have no sense of self. You know what I mean? Like that's why
these are the grander sense of self. That's the word.
Yeah, man, because it's like this, man. Let me break down the science, Doc. It's like, yo, you got a bunch of women out there that don't know how to serve their purpose. You know what I mean? They confused about that. You know what I mean? And that confusion causes them to get on the meds. And you know the stats, man. You know, majority of these women out here right now are on meds because of depression.
They don't care about that. They're not depressed. Like that's what I'm telling you. This group of women, right, is it's a separate standard altogether, because at the end of the day, they have an innate sense of, I have no need for a man. A man has no position to play in my life other than bringing his penis to the table. Okay. And the reality is, when a woman starts to adopt that type of mindset.
That's false.
I'm only going off of the things that they tell me. Look, you can't
make big game, right? We're social species. In order for us to like have a stable mental, we have to converse with other people. You know what I mean?
So do you think that they don't have conversations with other people in their work that they do?
I mean, they probably do, but it's not the same as being in a real intimate relationship like how our parents did it. You know what I mean?
I would agree with you if it was a personal level, but I'm just telling you, these are the facts. From a professional level, they don't need that because they found substitutions for that. So if the man and the woman are both on one accord and their mindsets are to have a friends with benefits situation because that benefits their overall lifestyle at the moment, then that's what works for them. Who am I to tell
them? Enough. That's not enough to have a tangible relationship. You know what I mean?
Of course.
That's just keeping off lust. You know what I mean?
That's to keep them tethered until they're over 40 and complaining and blaming men, like Kevin Samuels say, right?
I'm not. Listen. I'm not like Kevin Samuels' disciple, so you don't have to keep using him for a reference. You know what I mean?
This is his day. What you talking about? The show is about him today.
Yeah, it's Kevin Samuels' day, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay,
probably gonna be Urban Thurber's day tomorrow.
Right.
Look, Kevin Samuels. And I talk a lot. You guys think that I'm playing when I say what I say, but when I say that I don't like him because he is the reason this stuff continues to be a perpetuated cycle in the Black community, and it's a detriment to the security of the Black community because of his following.
Listen. He's just putting light on something that's going on.
I don't think that he's not shining light on something that's going on. I think that he's making the situation worse.
How?
That's what I think.
By talking about it?
Yeah. I need to hear this rebuttal too, Dr. J. How?
Not about talking about it. However, by forcing the rhetoric that.
Oh, you think everybody's a rhetoric, man? Come on, man. Proceed, though. I want to hear this.
Look, buckle up. Take a seat. Let me show you. So now by forcing the ideals and that rhetoric that a man only wants a woman that is, a six-figure high value man. I'm going to say that because before, that's exactly what he was saying. And Kevin Samuels, I'm here for accountability. I don't play. So at the end of the day, you may have placated and gave me a little bit of what I was looking for and being curious about what women think about themselves and let them have their show. But I caught you slipping. So here we go. Look, he says that a woman who is looking for a high value man, that high value man being a man that makes six figures, has been making six figures for 3 years or more, and, is going to be the provider, going to take care of everything, has to accept the fact that man is going to therefore exercise his options, right? You can't complain about that, right? But also, you have to be... Wait, let me finish. But you have to be, as a woman, within height and weight standards of the 1992 BMI statistics of height and weight.
That's outdated, by the way.
Okay, but it's all right. It's all right. We're going to give him I'm going to give him his shine today. But so, height and weight need to be in check. And then your dress size as a fail-safe, okay? Your dress size has to be intact. So this young lady, her dress size was intact. Okay. Her height and her weight was intact. Okay. Her physical beauty without makeup, according to Kevin Samuels, was intact. Okay. What Kevin Samuels wasn't ready for is he got a taste of his own medicine today. Because guess what she said to him?
What?
Says,
I'm still waiting on this video.
I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up. Before I pull it up, I told you
advertising this video.
Mario J saying I'm about to piss somebody off. Because guess what?
Tough
It's a
love
Kevin
on here
Samuels
now.
lover
He
out
was
there.
on here.
He out here trying
Mario.
to my video. Mario, go find some place.
Mario, I told her not to steal your catchphrase, but she's still doing it. You need to get it for copyright infringement.
No. Look, Kevin Samuels said that these are the things that must be in place, right? So he said that this girl is deserving of this high value man. No? He didn't say anything about how the relationship is supposed to end or what her expectations are. Therefore, if she decides to cut ties with this high value man, because she got a kid.
Hold on. I think you're talking about the blue. You talking about Blue Jasmine?
Yeah.
All right. Here's the thing. I see we getting that. All right. Here's the thing. All right. First of all, all right. How can I start with
come with it now. You gotta come with it for this one. You gotta really have your boots on for this one because I'm ready for it. I'm 100% ready for it. You can see the guy getting up.
Even though Blue Jasmine pissed me off, what she did to herself, her physical aesthetics can back a high value male. You know what I mean? This is what most high value males is looking for nowadays. You know what I mean?
Or are they?
What do you mean, what are they?
I said, or are they?
No, that's what they mostly look for. You know what I mean? That level of beauty, yeah. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's
no.
It's up to the male to decipher. Hold on. It's up to the male to decipher on is he getting played or is he really along for the ride?
He didn't decipher that. He didn't decipher that. What he deciphered is because she dismissed him, that he wasn't going to meet her expectation and continue to spend $10,000 a month to take care of her.
Listen. If her sponsor would have took any precautions of getting her out the loft and taking the Benz back, it would have been he would have been fighting her from tooth and nail, man. I mean, he did the smart thing. I mean, just pay everything off until the lease is out. You know what I mean? Because there's laws that protect women that do crazy things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do.
When you live in a certain location, you can't
do crazy things like that. That's what men get for thinking that that's what high value is.
When you live in a certain location like that and you're getting mail from that location, you can't just up and get rid of that person at the crib like that. You know what I mean? That was his bad. You know what I mean? But this was an expensive that he had to learn from. But it doesn't take away. Hold on. It doesn't take away the fact that this is what males is looking for. That physical beauty. Because high value male also is looking for validation when they're walking through that hallway with that dime piece. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm gonna correct you. So a high value man, I know that you're going by Kevin Samuels' standard of high value man.
No, I'm
not
going by Kevin Samuels'
validation. Never. A high value man has a secure sense of self. Therefore, he knows who he is.
He shows that secure itself by how fine his chick look.
No.
Yes.
No.
You can tell the man if he's confident by how his woman look. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely not. So Kevin Samuels learned of this lifestyle in which Kevin Samuels now feels like he's very much an inclusive component to, okay, by observing men that he felt were, pedestalized by him at the head of his company when he was working for the company that he was working for, okay? When those people complimented Kevin Samuels and gave him props or big ups for having an escort on his arm, and that really wasn't even big ups or props. I don't even think he realized what the man was really saying in that moment. Like, okay, oh, she's good, right? She's great. She's great. What he's saying is he's had that same escort that you have, and now you having the sloppy seconds of his, and he's recognized that this is not really your woman, but I can see that you spent a lot of money to try and impress me. So let me entertain you. Let me invite you into my office to see what you're about. My father used to do it all the time. All the time.
Yeah, but you're dismissing, hold on. You're dismissing the fact that Blue Jasmine is delusional. You can't be in a relationship with an individual, hold on, and expect to receive. Delusional.
I think she's Kevin Samuels.
What you mean by that?
I think that Kevin Samuels conditioned the right one, and he now got one of his creations, and it came back to him.
Hold on, first of all, that's not his creation. That's the City Girls' creation. I mean,
no.
Get that out of the way. That's That's the whole movement. You know what I mean? Their movement, the City Girls movement, is to swindle rich guys from out their resources.
Look, let me tell you something.
This is their form of ideology.
Look, let me tell you something.
And this is the rhetoric that Blue Jasmine
City Girls. No. Listen.
All right.
You're gonna learn something today. Brothels have been around since 847 BC. Brothels, women, we've done this thing for a very long time. Women don't need Kevin Samuels to put this out there for them to be successful in doing it. Kevin Samuels mainstreamed it and made it acceptable for men that consider themselves to be high earners, therefore high value, to go after these women instead of going after potential wives, because now they care more about what that rack on the chick looks like on his side instead of the value of the woman on his side.
You're isolating the situation.
No.
You're dismissing the fact that Blue Jasmine is delusional. You can't be in a relationship with an individual and expect the guy after you broke up with the individual and expect him to keep paying for your mortgage and car note. That's just
what you gonna do about it? But so no. So I'm not, because see, here's the thing. The reality is this is this woman's life. So she is the expert of her life.
She adopted this ideology from the Cardi B's, the
she
City
didn't
Girls. Hold on. And the leftist feminist movement.
She never before the feminist. Maybe you didn't hear me. It's almost 1800 before Christ walked the earth, sir. We've had brothels forever. This has always been a thing. It's always been a thing. Women selling their bodies it's never been for the benefit of a man. They sold themselves to queens, independent queens who had been widowed. What do they call the queen mothers? They sold themselves. These are things that women have done for ages. So Kevin Samuels only made it easier for them to fill in their place.
At the same time, there were exceptional women. You know what I mean? Throughout all the religions, they always kept intact and controlled on female behavior because they know without the male guidance, the female behavior is self-destructive.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Throughout all religion. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely not. So if you go to where is the East Asia, even today, they still practice multiple situations where what they call polyandry, where the woman selects several men for her to have sex with during the phases of her mooning or her being. That's fine. But these men honor her.
Listen. We all know.
But they honor her and they bring her all their gifts, all of their money, all of their wealth. They all bring her all of these things. So
that's just a culture full of suckers. That's all that is.
That's fine. So it's America now. Welcome to America. So Kevin Samuels, let's get to it. I
Thank goodness
appreciate
for the
you.
Black Panther community.
You walk
We're
right into
waking
the
up,
trap.
we're waking up all these sips, you know what I mean?
You walk
But
right.
here's
Look,
the thing.
Kevin, if that's the case, a simp is just a guy that believes in chivalry. But what Kevin Samuels created in that guy is not a simp. It's a fool.
No. Let me explain to you what a simp is. Simp is an acronym, which means someone that idolizes mediocre pussy. That's what simp means.
No.
According to the Urban Dictionary, that's what it means.
To their meaning? Okay. Well, simp
Urban
behavior
Dictionary.
at the beginning of the man MGTOW movement meant that men would look at a man that's chivalrous, still believes in opening doors and taking care of a woman, providing for a woman. That meant that those men were simps because they still had that simple
That's not being a simp.
No, I'm just telling you what I'm telling you what they say. Go ask your Tommy Sotomayor. We were in the same group. 2006.
I'm not a disciple of any of these guys you're talking about. You know,
I'm just here for it. It was over 3 million men in that group. So they are representative.
Let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
Can we all come to an agreement that when it comes to a female, her obligation from the day she's born is to preserve her value?
I can't say that about these females. I can't.
You're biased. You're being biased.
No, I'm not. I'm being unbiased.
What you say, everything?
I can't either, bro.
I'm telling you,
not these modern day women.
Yeah, we're looking at what Kevin Samuels has created. So now we're gonna get into this video.
Listen, he did not create this movement. It's been there. He's just putting light on it. You know what I mean?
Okay. So for you don't believe that Kevin Samuels made it super easy. Has anybody ever watched that show where Cardi B was? You ever watched her beginning, how she got started? Anybody ever watched how difficult it was for her to bag the right guy to spin the right bag? Anybody ever watched her beginning?
That's what anybody that's trying to get into the industry. She was just smart enough to use.
There you go. So anybody that's trying to get in the industry, so now
she was just smart enough to.
They don't have to try that hard.
Huh?
Go ahead. So now they don't have to try that hard because Kevin Samuels is priming men to be targets for them to not have to try that hard, to not have to work that hard, to not have to secure their own bag, to not have to go through all these extra things to be exposed to these men, to not have to rob them while they're sleeping. Cardi B, I'm not saying that you did that, but spade a spade, accountability. But you don't have to rob him while he's sleeping. Why? Because Kevin Samuels said that these men should be paying for everything and they should be doing all these things for you because you are beautiful. So if you go get these surgeries done and you now become the epitome of beauty for these men, he's going to take care of you. So he's made it easy. So Kevin Samuels, for accountability reasons, sir, I'm going to need your old self to have the energy that you had then with this girl. Why did you let her do you like this on your show, my guy? No, I saw his lack of comfort. I saw him vulnerable for the first time. Like, y'all got to understand, I do this for a living. Looking at this guy's body language, Vlad did it to you. Now you letting these people do that to you? Like, I got no respect for you. You got to at least give me something to combat on the internet. Like, this is just
you're a bit biased. You're a bit biased. I understand
not at all
why you're biased about the situation, but
my personal views do not count, sir. That's what I'm saying. So my personal views of women and their behavior, they do not count for two reasons. Okay, the women in America do not adopt the same principles. My conditioning is not of an American woman, so I can't talk about American Black women and their behaviors. They think that I have no valid point to stand on, and I'm gonna go ahead and go with that. Oh man, let's see how can
I waited a whole hour for this on video, and now I'm finna get ready to get off in the next 10 minutes.
You play too much.
I tell you, you're something else.
Yeah. Hey, y'all.
How old are you? How old
28.
are you? 28. So, I saw the skit, but how did we get to the point to where? Tell everybody about the lead up, because in the first part you were saying that you guys had been together for how many years?
We were gonna be. It was like 4.5, 5 years.
All right. So
It's kind of echoing a little bit. Is that on my end or yours?
Is
maybe mine. Hold on.
you kind of held him down, or you helped him get started in business or something like that?
Oh, there it is. That's good.
Tell the beginning part of the story. Do that so everybody can get kind of caught up. I'll let you tell it.
So yeah, that was the part that didn't go viral, and that probably most of the people did not see. Obviously, when I first got with this person, they were already established. They already had the mentality to be where they were going. They already had been making 6 figures on the low end. They already had owned a couple spaces. They own like clubs and stuff in the city. So they already had these things. When I got with them, they had, entrepreneurs go through ups and downs. So they had went through their they're down in that moment when I first met the person. The first 2 years of my relationship with this person, I didn't get nothing. I got lunch and dinner and little shopping things here and there, like H&M, like nothing too crazy. But I was helping this person do the back end for no money. Like I wasn't getting paid, do the back end of their business. I got them an investment in which they didn't even have to pay back. It was more like of a barter. So they got the cash for then the person then just wanted to use the space. So they didn't even really have to put in work to pay back in cash, So I did all that. We were very close friends. And then our relationship came to we stayed friends. We talked every single day, and it dwindled down into we weren't fucking no more. We weren't doing those type of things anymore. And we were fine with it. And then eventually I started talking to people, and he would talk to people, and we would tell each other we were friends, So when he got me the apartment and the car, we were already friends, and we were already in a space where things weren't that for about 5 months, probably. It was about 5 months when he got me that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds crazy. This sounds wild to me. Because what I'm hearing is a relationship
Mm-hmm.
where you and your, let's give him a name. Call him Carl. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. So you and Carl are together. Carl wasn't broke. He had a job. He had businesses. He had things going on. He may have been in a more of a valley point in his business, but he obviously wasn't broke and he wasn't homeless.
Right.
Y'all start dating, and you brought your skill sets to the relationship, kind of like everybody does. And you guys helped him. And would it be fair to say did he help you in any way in any parts of your professional career?
Yes, for sure. I mean, in regards to my backstory, he was a positive, one of the first positive people that I ever had in my life that kind of pushed me forward, believed in me, gave me positive affirmation, that kind of vibe, and
Okay.
anything and everything that I want to do. Huh?
I'm listening. I think there's a slight delay, so I'm just waiting.
Thing that I wanted to do, in regards to my career, a lot of my skits were shaking ass, and I used to work on Instagram maybe 2-3 years. He was all for it, whatever it was, whatever makes you happy,
Okay.
So for sure.
So you guys helped each other in a relationship. You had connections and things like that. You did back office things, but where it seems to kind of go off the rails is the relationship. And now you're single. You have a child, right?
Yes.
Was it before this relationship or after? Or during?
Yes, my child is a little grown. He's grown.
Okay. All right. So you guys had your relationship. You were boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever we want to call it.
Urban therapist. Sir, I'm going to need some accountability. Where you at, Rush? She said her child grown, but she's 28.
Man, I'm out here eating my hamburger. I ain't studying this.
I'm done. I just can't. Where y'all at now? Come on. Come with it.
Yo, listen, Doc. If you're fine enough, if a female's fine enough, a dude will probably overlook that she has a child.
It's possible. I've said that before.
No, I mean it is what it is. Listen. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not denying the fact that she might get a pass for certain things because she is an attractive female. You know what I mean? Aesthetically, she's on that level to bag that ball player. And the narrative doesn't change. You know what I mean?
Oh, so what did you think about the other one? Because I'm gonna show the other one too, back to back. I'm going back to back with these. I'm gonna skip through the one that's on my favorite show, and you guys got to go check her out. And she's definitely a 10. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
The next one. She's on my favorite show, and you able to get a real good look at her. Then when she was like, she's in film industry, I was like, man, her face looked real familiar, and I had to go back, and it's crazy because I hit play, and bam, there she was in the bed with my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, we're not denying the fact that some guys would look past certain things because of a female's beauty. You know what I mean? That's her. Well, how can I call it? That's her equity. You know what I mean? Her beauty. You know what I mean?
Who knows? But Kevin Samuel said that if you have a kid, and she said she just told a bold-faced lie. She said her kid is almost grown, basically grown. She said they've been together for what, 5-6 years?
Yeah.
Come on now, make it make sense to me, people.
No. Hold on. She had a kid before she met the simp.
Right, but she said
He had a child.
He said before she met the simp. Hold on, don't be. First of all, y'all not gonna disrespect Carlton. Isn't he said Carlton? Call him Carlton. You're not gonna disrespect Carlton on here now. Carlton is a stand-up guy who got taken to the ringer as a result of Kevin Samuels. My verdict is that Kevin Samuels.
Listen. Her sponsor, I'll just call him the sponsor. The sponsor didn't know what he was getting himself into. Obviously, this female is very skilled on how to finesse a guy for his resources. She's not a rookie. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she has. And when you're a triple B, you would have enough skills to finesse a guy from out his resources because she's not gonna go out and work and get it herself. She's lazy.
Cardi B started from the beginning, and then she invested in her triple D.
You can't. Listen. Yeah. Cardi B at least have some type of work ethic, and she's smart enough to connect the dots. Matter of fact, let me tell you how much of a let me tell you how much she relies on her beauty. She was supposed to get on. Hold on.
She looks terrible, but go ahead.
That nigga hating. She's an attractive female. It's hard for me to admit to say that. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. A spade is a spade.
If she was natural, if she
I don't know, bro. She ain't no 10 to me though. She look all right.
I never said she was a 10.
She's average at best.
I never said she was a 10.
She's average at best, like Kevin Samuel says. So it is what it is. She's not natural. So, in order to be, you gotta Meg the Stallion me. I gotta see everything's natural. Everything.
Megan Thee Stallion is natural?
Yep, no work. Only one.
You know Megan Thee Stallion is a dude. You know that, right?
She's not. She's a woman. See, that's what I do. My channel is about accountability. No.
That is a transformer. That's a different topic, though. That's a different topic.
Well, I've gone all the way back to her elementary school. Like, I know her arrest history, relationship history. I do accountability. I did accountability on her and the boyfriend that shot her and all that good stuff. So she's just natural, period. She's the only female in the industry right now that has zero work.
You know a stallion is a male horse. Why would you name yourself a stallion?
Because that's a common reference in the female realm when it comes to looks and things. But you would know that if you knew about brothels.
Hey, Dr. J.
Okay, Doc.
Hey, I got to
Let's get to the
Hey,
video.
Dr. J. I
Let's
got to
get to the video.
get ready to head out. I'm
All
catch
right.
the replay.
All right, catch me on the replay. He said she is not a trans woman. No, she's not a trans woman. She's a real woman. She's a cis woman, and she's not had any work. She's the only female in the industry that has not. So she calls herself a male horse because here's the thing. When cowboys back in the day used to select horses, the idea was to find a nice stag or a stallion. And so it's a point of contention. It's about the admiration. That's just like an Amazonian woman, right? They're really tall, very beautiful women, but they're extra strong, like super strength. You know what I'm saying? But the idea is she's going after that. She's going after the woman, you know, she's trying to coin herself as that desired winner in the race because women are always competing against one another for the male attention, for the male affection, for the pick me.
Doc,
So
you
that's
reach it, but I get the point. I get the point.
but so I know. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it never made sense to a lot of people, but that was the thing. That was their thing. Women going after him. But so you think that this woman defrauded this man? Is that your verdict?
Yeah, she swindled him out his resources. Yeah.
Let's watch some more. Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna need him to be accountable for this conversation. The girl said that her child was almost grown. She's 28. I can't with these people.
It went through the normal cycle, and then towards the end, the things you had done to help him started help his business increase or improve, as far as what I'm hearing you say. But you guys were friends, but you were living together still, right? Or were you not living together?
Never lived together. The topic of the show was, would you give your ex back a gift? So we
Right,
never lived
right.
together. He had
So
his
how-
own separate.
So how'd you get the upgrade? So as you guys were friends, and then he upgraded you to a loft and a Mercedes, right?
Well, the Benz came a little bit before the breakup, but the apartment and stuff. But he kept paying after, like, you know, we're talking to different people, paying forward.
So I want to read something real quick because I thought I heard you say it, and this is kind of what I heard in one of the clips. It said something. I'm not going to just move out of my space because we broke up. I'm not just going to give back my Mercedes because it didn't work out. If he had wanted them back, would you have? If he had wanted the car back, would you have given it back to him?
No. So I'm glad that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case with my situation. But if he wanted it, no, I would not have given it back. I would have been like, you have to wait till the lease term is up. And when that is up, then, you know, everything is over. But you gave this to me.
Was the lease in his name?
Yes.
And same thing goes for the loft. If he had wanted the loft back, would you have given it up?
No.
Is the loft in his name?
Yes.
How would you have stopped that?
I was not going to go anywhere, like, period. I don't know. You're going to have to figure it out. Obviously, this is the ugly side of me. And so I'm grateful that didn't happen between us. But
well, I'm just saying legally, I mean, I'm not passing a judgment either way. I'm just kind of curious as to the mindset. It's like, you know, because see, I often hear women say this kind of stuff after an engagement breaks up. They don't feel like they should give back the engagement ring. But legally, it's a gift given in the contemplation of a marriage. It's a conditional gift. Legally, you can't keep it. You're not legally required. So in your case, it sounds as though he didn't ask, but you're saying if he asked, you would have fought him for it.
Where's the flag on the play? What we doing? What we talking about, Stranger Talk Live? Like this, you can't make this stuff up. This is what he asked for. This guy said that high value women are her. High value men equates to him. And they need each other. They find each other. And this is what happens when they find each other. What's wrong with you? Y'all better get on board. Better understand. Hey, look at him. He's like, he's baffled. Look at him. He's like coming unglued. Like, I can't believe this. This is crazy. Like, she got to be lying, but she's there. Like, what's happening?
Of course.
Oh,
At least,
okay.
at least the first like 3 to 6 months. I feel obviously he didn't fight for it, but if he was, I would have been like, no, you got to give me time. Like, not from one day to the next, I'm gonna not have anything. You know what I mean? And
Well, I
a
guess
lot of people are saying,
what I'm saying is, if he just said, "Hey, I want this space back," and I want to be clear, you're saying you wouldn't have given it up under any conditions, or you would have said, "I need 30, 60 days to move out."
I would have needed more than 60 days. He would have had to wait until I was well and able. But I feel like I would have been fair. And 3 months is expected, and I feel like 6 months is like really
expected by whom?
By me. And
And
I feel like just a proper to do as a man of like high caliber. What I mean?
Well. So this is why I think where you get into some of the pushback, because I mean, you're saying that you guys are cool and this and that, but if you had the money or the resources to afford the apartment or the car and we were able to put it in your name and your credit, then you could have gotten it. Because I heard what you say, he increased my lifestyle. And I heard the people say, yeah, but that was while you were together. But after you're together, I mean, you still want this elevated lifestyle. And it's now you are sounding entitled, because if he'd have wanted it back, you said I wouldn't have given it back, and it would have been wrong for him to ask. I mean, let me reframe that. If he wanted to have sex with you, would you be wrong to say no after you broke up?
Would I be wrong? Would
Yeah.
I be wrong? No?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't give him my pussy as a gift. I didn't say, here's my pussy for doing
Let's do
so
me a
much.
favor. Let's do me a favor. Let's keep the language kind of PG, okay?
I don't know how you want me to say, but I didn't have sex with gift. You know what I mean? It wasn't a gift.
But I'm not saying you did.
But
okay, hold up. I'm not saying you did. I'm just asking you to put yourself in another situation. You're saying that, you know, that would have been the right thing to do. So I'm saying, well, let's flip the script. Let's change the positions. If he would have said, you know what? I wasn't used to having such good sex. You rocked my world. You changed everything about me. And until I can get somebody who's as good or better than you, it's only
Stop. Just stop. I can't do it anymore. So what we're not gonna appropriate the woman's body for the man's needs, and he haven't put a ring on it, but he decided to do marital things like provide her with an apartment and a car. Gifts are gifts, people. But I don't understand the idea of leasing and turning over leases and things like that, but you never really own anything either. Her language, though, her language is appropriate for her age and maturation level. Notice I put the two together. Okay? Because I have a 31-year-old daughter, and I wish you would. I have a daughter her age, and I wish you would. So we're not doing that. There is nowhere on the internet that they would ever be caught using that kind of language. It just wouldn't. For what? Like, who raising these girls? Kevin Samuels. Kevin, this is your daughter.
Well, let me ask you a question, Doc. Like, what is your feelings on her entitlement, expecting a guy to keep paying her mortgage and car note?
I don't know. I don't have no.
You don't think she's bugging? You don't think she's bugging?
Of course not. I think that they're in Kevin Samuels' world. And in Kevin Samuels' world, this is right. I think that that's what it is.
You're being disingenuous. But
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You want to know my personal feelings about it? My personal feelings is that this kind of stuff doesn't exist in my world. I mean, yes, I have been engaged to people that have, you know, definitely stepped up and done the man role or whatever. And I had my things, but they definitely were providers. And we were engaged and things like that. They had a place they paid for me when I would come into the country, and a place they paid for themselves. There was no sex, though. So for me, my value system is very different, I keep telling you, than what American women have. Even though she says that she didn't gift him her gochada, it's still there. It's still in play. So I don't think that she should have been obligated to gift it or give it or render it as a part of conditioning of her staying where he gifted her a place. Like, but people move differently. For me, when I move on, I move on. Yeah, you might keep paying for it, but that's on you. You have who you want to stay there. But these people. What can I say? I can't get with these people.
I think what my personal opinion about it is, I think she's delusional, and she has a weird entitlement thing going on, expecting a male to pay for her mortgage after she doesn't hold up her end of the bargain. You mean?
Oh, no. I think you missed this. So he gifted her this place to stay. Okay. So I'm gonna clarify that gifts are gifts. If men end up in situations,
So wait a minute. Why would you take a gift knowing that you're gonna break up with this individual?
I don't think she knew.
She knows
she knew.
this is not a wait a minute.
Yeah.
She's a pro at this. You know what I mean?
She's a pro at this? She was with him for 6 years. So this is more intimate than her.
When I say she's a pro, I don't mean prostitution. I mean she knows what she's doing to manipulate the situation to retract the resources out her sponsor. You know what I mean? Like, definitely, first of all, this is all the sponsor's fault. He should have been smart enough not to give her that as a gift. You know what I mean? Because, things happen, people break up, and when you make a big purchase like that, like getting a loft or a vehicle, and it's under your name, you gotta pay. You have to pay those things off so your credit don't get damaged by that situation. You know what I mean?
Well,
so he's obligated to pay those bills because it's still under his name.
So I've been gifted properties. I've been gifted cars. I've been gifted diamonds in excessive amounts. 10-carat diamond earrings for just a first date gift of appeasement. Okay, so the reality
that just lets me know there's a lot of rich simps out there, because
it may be, but
that's just crazy.
But that's the thing. So what may be a large price tag for you may not be a large price tag for them. So
it's
what
not the price tag, man. Would you have an
issue? Wait, let me ask you this question. Would you have an issue with their situation if he was renting her an apartment that was like $1,000 a month?
Nah, that's still bugged out.
Because the price.
Hold on. Whether if it's a loft or a normal apartment, him pay those monthly payments after they broken up is absurd.
No, I mean, my ex did it. I have an ex. I left him at the altar, and he continued to pay the lease on the house.
He's a sucker.
He might be to you, but he continued to pay it.
He's a sucker.
And I didn't even see him. And I, to be honest, I moved out. But he didn't.
This is what all you rich dudes out there, man, don't lead with your wallet, man, because you're gonna get finessed. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something. A woman is going to guide her actions by what it is she feels she's meant to do, regardless of whether
a woman that has a capability to take advantage of a sucker, she's gonna do it. How many times you went out with a guy, like, for a dinner date, never having intention to really have sex with that individual?
I've never had sex with a man that I dated. Just dated. I require marriage to have sex. So I just told you.
The modern day women nowadays go on dinner dates without like, they'll go on a dinner date knowing that they're not going to sleep with that guy. You know what I'm saying? Which is wrong. You're playing a sucker. You know what I mean?
So you think that going on a date equates to having sex with a person?
Listen,
It's interesting.
Why, hold on. Why would a guy take a girl out to dinner? Not to have sex with her?
No,
That makes no sense.
to sit down and have a conversation as to whether or not you guys are going to continue to
We
date.
can do that shit over a cup of coffee.
Dating. I mean, they could if their, I guess, schedules are in alignment with that, but that's going to be a lot of coffee if it's going to be a good conversation. Dates are meant to be a conduit to getting into a serious vested relationship where you have vetted those people properly before you ever get to the date part. So you know whether or not the conversation is going to be potentially positive, fruitful.
Right. See, my thing is, I think men,
You have to look at it from the
especially men with money like that, need to make females like her earn themselves a dinner date or a loft or a Mercedes Benz. Like these guys are just giving shit to them because they have no game and they lead in their game with their wallet, and that's how you get finessed out your resources. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, hold on. Let me look at Liz Martin's. It says, but men are.
And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that she has a boyfriend living in there with him.
Now,
yo, you can't make this shit up, yo.
I mean, it happens. It happens. It happens. What can I say? Look, let me tell you something. I think that people have to do whatever they think works for them. And obviously, this is proof that Kevin Samuels' formula works quite effectively. So women, go out there, get your work done, do what you got to do, and go get your, what's his name? What are they calling him? Carlton? Yeah, go get your Carlton. This is crazy. This is crazy. Do you guys see the lack of comfort that Kevin Samuels has? He is completely thrown off his rocker. Him receiving people and their insights it's just not the same as the old Kevin. Like, I think I want the old one back so I can crucify his illogical theories about dating.
You're right that you allow me access to your body when I want it, at least for the next 6 months. How does that sound?
But no, that's ridiculous to me.
Well, but see, but I need you to understand that's how so many people are hearing what you're saying.
No, I feel like it's different. Okay, ready? Like, if let's say you and I were together, right? Mm-hmm. And we were together 5 years. And for them 5 years, I catered to you. Like, whatever you needed, I assisted, I did errands, I helped, I did this, I did that. And yes, I focused on myself, but those things weren't building the revenue that would potentially pay for the things that you could afford, like my apartment, which is $4,000, and my car and my thing, which is, $1,500. So total, that's $5,500 a month. And not to say that I'm not making that money, but I'm not making that money. You know what I mean? So I feel like from you should give me a period of 3 to 6 months to get my shit together, to get my little, whatever I can afford, be it a Hyundai or my little 1-bedroom apartment in the Bronx somewhere. You know what I mean? Okay. Whatever that is, that it should be ripped away from you.
Okay. So let me reframe what you just said. If you went to work for a company and you gave them 5 years, and in that 5 years, they benefited from your creativity, from your ingenuity, they increased their profits. Mm-hmm. All these things happen. You gave them your blood, sweat, and tears, and the employment terminated for any reason. You could not continue to expect to be paid for 6 months. You would cut off at the last day of your employment. You could.
They do have severance packages. They got that. I think she's asking for a severance package.
She should have married the guy. Come on, man. Yo, Doc, well, you being biased right now.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but this is what this guy has created.
Listen. First of all, she has a big following. I mean, so this ideology that she has, her following also believes the same thing. I mean,
of course.
But you can't say Kevin Samuels.
It's not even so what she's basically saying right now, it's not something that's limited to women that are doing her kind of work, IG models and things like that. It's not. It's something that is a feministic thing. the old school feminine woman thing. So not the ones from the feminist movement, but the old school mindset that a man is supposed to provide and care for and these things and protect. And then you're supposed to be the person to make sure that you keep him balanced, your money coming in and continue the legacy and all these things that women are responsible for doing behind the scenes to make that man look great on the forefront. Okay. So for her, what she's saying is this was a common law marriage for her. And she's okay with that.
Marriage? Yo.
So she was doing married woman things. And they even functioned like marriages function. And I'm going to attest to that.
But here's the thing.
Started out very sexual.
Here's the thing, Doc. There was no contract signed through the state. So how would you expect to receive alimony?
So here's the thing. It's not alimony. Alimony continues for 2 years, not 6 months. Okay.
Palimony, whatever it is. But I mean, you can't tell me this is not an uneven exchange. The guy took it out all across the board.
No, she leveled him up, according to her, by $200,000.
Doc, do you believe? Hold on. Wait a minute, no, Doc. Come on. I know you don't believe that she helped this man to make money.
We didn't get to the end of the video. She said that. She said that during this thing.
Listen, she's not smart enough to do something like that.
Why do you think that?
It's a lie because how she moved. She. All right, the interview she did with Fresh and Fit.
With who?
She made a claim that she made $100,000, right? She makes $100,000 a year, but yet
anybody said $100,000 a year. You can sit on
Let me finish. She contradicted that statement when she said she received a compensation every month, $2,500 a month. $2,500 a month does not equal up all the way up to $100,000 a year. So therefore, I know she was lying about that, and she's definitely lying about this.
So do you mean that she was saying she was having her conversations, or you're saying, is she saying per client, or is she saying like period?
Period. She said she made $2,500 a month. Period.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So therefore, I'm like, yo, this chick, she's not smart. She's not bright at all. You know what I mean? She can't even add numbers up. You can't even lie right. You know what I mean?
Listen, I can't make this stuff up. This is, these people's world. They're the expert in their life and their lifestyle. And if it works, it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how it works, but it does.
But this just shows you the power of seduction from a female, man.
No.
This guy is a straight.
Oh, wait. Let me ask you guys something. Has anybody asked the question of Kevin Samuels? I know it's some of you Manosphere folks out there. Has anybody asked the question of Kevin Samuels how much he paid for that girl, that first girl that got him a buy-in? What's her name? Carrie? Can't remember her name. Has anybody ever asked him how much he paid for? It's Erica. Because I know she's worth a lot. Because I know a couple of guys who paid for her. I'm going to have to text and find out what her name is again. But has anybody ever asked how much he paid for her? Because I want you guys to be curious about why his disposition is what it is right now. When he started doing the math and he adds up how much this man has spent over the course of this 6 years, I think Kevin Samuels is having some moments where his life is resonating for him.
You're funny, Doc.
No, I'm just saying.
Funny. I see what you're getting at, but come on.
Just saying. So he paid an escort.
It doesn't listen. It doesn't dismiss the fact that majority of women carry this ideology, man.
No, I don't think that. I don't think
dudes with money. Listen. Dudes with money without game are fucking targets, man. You guys need to be careful out there because you will get played like how a sponsor is getting played.
People happen to do whatever they want to do, and they move based off of what they feel is right for them in the moments of their life. Kevin Samuels paid a certain amount for his arm candy for one night for only 3 hours. Okay. She was there for 3 hours. It was a 3 hour event.
Yo, but he used that situation to elevate his career. It
Okay.
was his investment.
So now there you
It
go.
was
There we
an
get it. Now
investment.
you're getting somewhere. There you go. Walk right into the trap, right? So that's exactly what this guy did. This was his investment.
Nah, this is something else, man. This
No,
a dude. This is sucker. You know
it
what I
was
mean?
his investment. She leveled him up. There you go.
She did not level him up. The guy leveled her out.
Oh,
Listen,
so if you don't,
she's from the projects, man. She used to live in a shelter. This guy cleaned this broad out, man.
what did you
You
tell
know
me
what
about
I mean?
the projects at one time when we were riding past one? What did you say about the projects females? God, I can't remember. Like this guy right here, words are everything for him. Some of the things he says just they resonate in such a way. I'm gonna bring him onto the show one day. But let me tell you something. They say that project women have nothing but time to practice having sex, the art of perfecting sex. And so, therefore, she's just doing what she's perfected. So, what's wrong with that?
First of all, okay, women like her, she doesn't. Maybe she does have amazing skills in the bedroom. Maybe she does. But chicks like her, man, I mean, she doesn't seem like the pleasing type. You know what I mean? I mean, that's if I'm looking at it from a perspective that she's not attracted to the male. You know what I mean? Because what
You're
she
not
pulled off
on
with
her
the sponsor,
OnlyFans. You're not on her OnlyFans. Subscribe.
I'm not subscribing to that, man. I'm sick of you. Are you crazy?
I'm t-
Oh
Look,
man.
I have mad respect for the women in the world that are able to do the things that this woman is doing for a living. I feel like, we come from a different lifestyle, but you have whatever you choose to do as your profession. I shed no judgment on it as long as it's not, murdering other people illegally.
Well,
Right?
I put it like this, man. She better look fine when she's like 40, because she ain't smart to live on her own, man.
Well,
But
I mean,
there'll be a sip out there to take care of her that's gonna want to take care of her.
beauty sometimes is longitudinal.
What you mean by that?
Sometimes it never fades. It's there permanently. Some people,
So you never heard the terminology hitting a wall?
I've heard it, but
Listen. The wall is undefeated. When it comes, when that shit hits so bad, she ain't gonna be able to move out that. You know what I mean?
hmm. So when do you think that comes?
Yeah, I don't know, man. She look like she got some melanin, so I don't know what her ethnic background is, but she looked like she probably aged pretty good. You know what I mean? So she might be able to play niggas when she hit like 38, 39 and shit like that. If she works out, keep up with her body and shit, get a
38,
few
39.
Botox here, get a few Botox shots here and there. She might be able to play the game for a little bit. You know what I mean? But the older she get, the lesser percentage she has bagging a guy like the first sponsor she had before. You know what I mean?
Huh, that's interesting.
That's just biology.
Some say. Some say. So I mean, it's June 28th. My birthday's July the 8th. How old do I look? Just curious. Go ahead.
You
Take
don't
it.
you don't look old.
And
Um,
people
but
in the
how you talk and all the credentials you have, I would assume like you're like 45, 46. Like you know what I mean? You speak the way you speak. You can tell you have mad wisdom. You know what I mean?
uh-huh
And wisdom comes with age.
does and experience too. Maturation too. So who else wants to take a shot at my age? You know, let's make
How
it
old are you?
I look like I'm 25. Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, look, let's bookmark his comment. Can we make that like perfect and put it up there? Keep going up. Older than 54. Keep going up. Keep guessing. You guys might get it. Let's say I'm gonna give 3 more guesses.
Yo, you're older than 54?
Uh-huh.
Yo, you age good. I would never assumed you was in your 50s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most people don't. But it's all in how you live your life. Life can be what you make it. So 57. Keep going.
You're in your 60s?
Keep going. 57. Dang, how 2 people guess 57? Y'all didn't see each other typing at the same time. I was going to guess 40s. Oh, I appreciate that. Almost stranger talk, but you're the last guess. So another year, well, 2 years now in a couple of weeks. So, yeah. It's interesting to me that people make these types of assumptions, okay? Right? And by the way, I can still easily run a 14-minute, 20-second 3-mile run. So the thing is this, people will say a lot of things about what women will do or don't do or won't do when it comes to the aging process. Women will not age if they don't let themselves age. Okay? So I think it's interesting that you would say something like that. Okay? This woman might at some point come into her maturation. Maybe she's 28 now, maybe, what'd you say, like 45-ish. Maybe she'll grow up and then decide
Yo,
to
Doc,
be.
listen, Doc. I mean, I see where you're getting that. And I did say it from the beginning, she looks like she might be able to age well. But to be honest with you, most women in the age of 59 don't look like you and this other lady. You know what I mean? You're an anomaly. You know what I'm saying? When a female is 59, she looks about 80. You know what I mean?
I don't know. My best friend and we're kind of like one and the same. She's co-hosted my show. We're both the same age.
Well, I mean, you know what? You guys have melanin, so you guys don't really count. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because, black women, they tend to age fairly well. You know what I mean?
Some. I don't think it's a black and white thing. Well, I'm not gonna say that. I have white family members that I can definitely say are having some difficulties with the aging process, and they've had a lot of work done.
They got to be vegans and all kind of shit. Like,
Yeah, but I have some black women on that side of my family, and they've had a lot of work done, and the aging process has been a little bit difficult for them too. So I think that the reality is the aging process hits people in different ways. It depends on what you expose your body to, what your lifestyle looks like, how it is that you hydrate yourself and keep yourself going with vitamin regimen and food regimen together. You have exercise regimen. It's a lot of things. But I think that she may one day grow up and look back at this video and say, who was I? Who is that girl?
nah,
Like,
this
literally.
she ain't gonna change.
You don't think so?
Nah, this is who she is, man.
I don't know. Let me see. Let's play. Let's hit play and see what she
could not go back to that office. You could not use a computer. Listen. Okay, listen. I need you to listen.
He says no severance package.
I didn't cut you off. You couldn't use the company car, the company credit card. It would end, and you couldn't say, "Well, you guys owe me this because you made so much money." That's not how it works. It's over. Do you accept that? Do you accept that in the work world? First off, do you accept that in the work world? That's how it happens.
The reason I don't accept what you're saying is because
in the work world,
unemployment. So because
unemployment is not paid by unemployment is not paid First off, unemployment is not your full salary, and it's paid through the state, and you have to qualify. If you get terminated for cause, you don't get unemployment.
It's a grace period. If you lose something, you have a grace period.
If you get terminated for cause, you don't get unemployment.
And to correct him, as a business owner,
if you are a delinquent,
like a business owner, the employer does pay for unemployment that's drawn by the employees.
Employee, if something was wrong,
Yeah, but hold on, Doc. You pause it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the employer pays for a certain amount of dollars for the insurance,
Mm-hmm.
but some companies are petty and they hire certain lawyers to fight that off because they're petty like that. So I know what Kevin Samuels was talking about. They will go out their way to make sure you don't get that unemployment.
Yeah, they will.
Or they put a delay on it. You know what I mean? Like have you wait for like 6 months until you get it.
Yeah,
but then you might as well just get another job.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying. You have to qualify. So the qualifying thing is that she's been there on the job, as he put it, for 5 or 6 years. So she qualifies. She hasn't been she has qualified and made like the certain amount of hours, right? So she's put in several hours having sex with this guy. Like, I don't know. Like, that was her job. Leveling him up, having sex with him. Eventually the sex stopped. So they was whole married. Like, I don't know. This is married problems. Hold on.
I worked in corporate America. I was a manager and a vice president. I went and studied. I worked closely with HR. Everyone does not get unemployment. You have to qualify. Listen, you have to work for a certain amount of time to qualify for a certain amount of unemployment, but it's a fraction of what you get. But the bottom line is not even about unemployment. The point is you're still getting the same benefit as if you were in an active relationship when it's over. So when I asked if he could actively have sex with you, that would be ridiculous. It would be no more ridiculous than someone expecting to get full benefit of a company when they've been terminated or when they quit.
May I speak now?
Go ahead.
Hello.
I'm here.
I was no longer getting full benefit. It was just partial, the home and the car. I was not getting my hair, my nails, my trips, my shopping, my whole entire life anymore. It was just whatever left of it that I had because, that was what I was stuck with, the home and the car.
And also for those who don't, I want to be clear, you were in another relationship while this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is why you're getting the pushback that you're entitled for him to give you a grace period or get on your feet when you're with another man. And this previous man does not have access to you even partially. Does he have partial sexual access to you? If you have partial benefit? Okay. So this is why you're getting the pushback.
Okay, but my whole thing.
So wait a minute. Why are we acting like this man needs partial sexual access to this woman if obviously they're not in the situation where they're exchanging sex?
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. He asked, were they having sex? So if you go back to the beginning and she said that they tapered off after the second year, they weren't having sex.
Exactly. So she wasn't holding her end of the bargain.
No, so men sometimes don't have the tools that work for sex. Sometimes they don't want to have sex. So the thing is, he didn't want her for sex. There is something else in their life that they find they add value to one another's life. My problem
she did not disclose that.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't. When?
In the beginning, he said, so you guys were sexual? And she said, well, yeah, the first couple of years, and then there was nothing. So they were in a relationship for 6 years. So a couple of 2 years, I'm gonna give him 3. And then you stop having sex, you don't get access to something. Like, what you trying to you? Like after 3 years, I don't even know you down there no more. What's wrong?
I mean, if that's true, man, this guy's a bigger simp than I thought.
I'm just saying, like, make it make sense for me, Kevin. You can't argue your logic, right? And I told you guys this from the beginning. I told you Kevin Samuel's ideas are shaped around his personal experiences and his personal experiences only. So the problem is, if you shape your ideals, if you shape your logic around what your personal experience is of being rejected by women, and you got these men following you, it leads to this stuff. You don't have the same goals as that high value man, Kevin, because you're not that high value man. This man might actually be a real high value man, so his values might be in the right place. But you've led this girl to this guy with the expectation of him being another you, just looking for sex, and she's confused. Saying maybe she was his beard. Good God. She said no sex at all. Yeah, she said all the sex.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's not crazy. I keep trying to tell you guys, as a sex therapist, men have an issue when they start to get older. If she's targeting men that are Kevin Samuel's age, I'm sorry, his parts are not going to be working guaranteed without assistance. And maybe he's too, macho to get assistance. Who knows? You guys have your own thing. You know what I'm saying? He could go to get his penis to working by going to a sex therapist or tantra shaman or something. I don't know.
I mean, if that's the case, just take Viagra.
Viagra doesn't work for everybody, and not everybody is a good fit for a Viagra prescription. You want us to go to jail out here writing prescriptions for Viagra just so you can?
I'm just saying, like, if there's a lack of something in the ability to copulate, I think the solution is to take a stimulant to help that process out. You know what I mean?
And have a heart attack or a stroke and die.
Obviously, come on, Doc. I'm talking about going through the proper channels, talking to your physician, and whatever your physician subscribes to you, you just roll with the punches and go with that. You mean?
That's the thing. So most of the time, if a man stops and he's over 50, it's hard to find those instances where he's a good fit for Viagra. They do have natural pills that help out with those kind of EDs. They're still formulated with horny goat weed, and that is extremely volatile for your heart muscle if you have any type of underlying cardiac disease, cardiac illnesses. So the viability of him being a good fit for an assistant, a medication, a chemical disorder.
We're just assuming that the guy she was dealing with is an older gentleman. You know what I mean? He might not even be that old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is. How old did she say he was? Go back and y'all watch this video from the beginning. I think because Kevin Samuels mentioned his age, he's 52. He said something about him being 52 and he's around the same age. And she's in her 20s. It says, I'm 39 and I no longer get aroused by a certain type of woman anymore. I still get aroused, but just not. Exactly. I agree. And it is growth. It's maturation in your sexual occipital neurons in your brain. I'm looking at somebody else. BPS. What is fenugreek will raise your blood pressure as well. Yeah, but all of them will. I can't see who's in the thing. He needs to juice. He needs to do something. You're not gonna let urban therapists up? Oh God, I got you. It's my producer. It's not me.
Say now, if he was my producer, I'll be paying you a $20 an hour salary.
That ain't enough for him. He expensive. He is expensive over here. You know what I'm saying? He a whole nother herd. Know what we doing out here?
He better get that service pay. Fight for your rights, brother.
Oh God, I
let me tell y'all what happened. Let me tell y'all what happened.
What
Oh
happened?
man, I was doing my little podcast on Facebook, talking about Nas. And I showed the
Oh,
wrong
Lil Nas
BT
X.
clip. Yeah, I was showing his little performance on BET.
They blocked you.
Facebook. Yeah, Viacom going to block me, but I disputed them though. I disputed
Yeah.
them, and they got it right back up there. But they got it right back up there in the midst of me doing my podcast. Now I'm motivated.
Oh, man. Look, let me tell you,
I'm motivated now.
they are very, very sensitive to these things right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I think Kevin Samuels the reason for that too. I'm blaming Kevin Samuels for everything. Y'all look. Everything is his fault. The World Trade Center coming down is his fault. All of it. Everything. Black Wall Street is his fault. He wasn't even here yet, and it's his fault. I'm just telling you. But no. Oh man.
So what did I miss? Did I miss the whole video? Look like you didn't even get through the whole video.
Oh, we're getting there. I'm skipping through the part where she was having problems with her because see, she had several issues with her internet, and he was basically just trying to wait for her internet. And I think
she just hung up the first time, to be real with you.
No, she didn't. It was you. If you see from the beginning, she was already having issues with connectivity. Like so.
Well, what's she doing here? Is she taking her clothes off on camera? What's she doing?
Oh God.
Because she wasn't like that when I left.
That's what I'm telling you. So a guy on there, because I did comment on this when I was watching it and stuff like that. I have to admit I couldn't resist. Okay. Do I find Kevin Samuels attractive? Kevin Samuels fine as hell. Body. He's a butterface. You know, so it is what it is. He dresses very nice. But so what? That's mean? Is that mean? Oh gosh, that's terrible. But the reality is this. She was using her body, and this is from a Kevin Samuels follower now. That's what the guy told me. So I mean to shut up because she just positioned her body to show you guys that she is that 10 because she is.
She's not a 10, but she is fairly attractive.
Sir.
I'll give her that.
Yeah, it's a butterface, but butterface, everything fine but his face. You know? How you know he got a big penis? Who said that? Kevin Samuels or the guy? Oh my God. When did we see his penis? Idris Elba? Did he have one of those moments?
He wasn't in the bed.
It's not. He wasn't. Look, it was a man in the bed. It was a man in bed. Oh, by the way, you guys, this is what it looks like when Zoom is up on his shared screen instead of his other camera. Oh, I said the same thing, Lucy B. I'm so glad that somebody else agrees, and I didn't even say it. I was gonna say that, but you know, I knew that somebody else was gonna see it. But no, they said that she was, because you're gonna see her get up and kind of position herself and show her fat transfer surgery things and stuff. This is what I got from his feed, by the way. I don't want anybody to think that I'm throwing things out there and salt in the game, because I'm not hating on you young ladies. I want y'all to live your best life. My daughters are older than you. Well, one. And I just pray every day. But her tops are normal and natural.
Hey Russ, why you think she look good though, bro? Because she don't look too good to me.
Yeah, somebody.
Come on, man. Let's be honest. She's attractive. She's an attractive female. I'm not.
Bro.
Listen, this hurts me by me saying this. Just being honest about the situation.
Put your camera on. You're full of shit.
I should be hating right now and be like, nah,
accountability.
she's ugly.
Accountability. I'm done.
You know what I mean? But I gotta keep it real. She's an attractive female.
Well,
if Kevin Samuels allowed a 7 to be beater, she'll be a strong 7. No more than that.
Did he ask her, or was it the other girl? He said you can't use a 7.
I'm using 7 with her because that's what she at.
He said rate yourself, but you can't use a 7.
She a 7. She the enigma.
Yeah. She's a 7. I give her a 7 too. She's a strong 7. Yeah.
Who's older than my baby? She's 31, by the way, almost 32. She looks good. And my son, they're twins. It says she looks like if my son he has some very interesting perceptions on Kevin Samuels. Yeah. So I think that one day I'm gonna do a show with him to let you guys see his perspectives. But he's an interesting person, his perceptions of women and dating. So
Why wait? Bring him on up now.
I had to allow him. Oh, he's that we're not in the same country. So how many hours? It's 11:41 now.
So
So
you better text your
5,
son to send him
5 or 6
the link
recorded.
and jump on this panel.
Where's your son at?
He has a wife now, so that would be a little strange, you know.
What country your son lives in?
He's in Ghana right now, but he lives
Okay.
he primarily lives in Finland, but we have another property in Ghana. So his wife is from there, so they're closer to her family. So I be having visions.
But what you're gonna say is she's a pick apart. I agree.
What is a pick apart?
Shoot.
What is that? What is that? You guys are just y'all are killing me today. Like God.
About it was we were friends for just let's say for them 5 months, right? Where we were established friends, and he was talking to other people, and I was chatting with other people, and he was still paying like if it was fine.
But how long did he say he was going to pay? When all this started, how long did he say he was going to pay?
Does. I mean, he doesn't have a problem paying it.
No, but so what I'm saying is when you were friends, before you started really kicking on anybody else, how long did he say, I'll put you in this apartment, in this car?
It was never really like talked about. It was just like, here.
Do you ever expect it to end?
I at that point, when I first got it, no, I didn't. I didn't think about that part.
Okay, so
let
me go ahead and be a little ridiculous there. You guys were together 4 or 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't think, so you thought what you're saying is this could have gone on for 20 years.
So I just thought as long, like, I helped him continuously with business, like if he had business questions or business, I just thought that as long as I was there to assist him in those type of things and things were going well for him and et cetera, that it would just be what it was. Like I didn't.
Well, if that's the case, ma'am, but whatever business you were helping him with, was it mission critical to the organization to mean if you didn't do it, the business was going to fail?
That I didn't say that again?
Was whatever you were helping him with so critical to where if you did not do it, the business would fail?
No, not at all.
All right. So thank you. So whatever you were doing, nice as it wasn't critical to the success of the business. So listen. How it's coming across is I'm doing something to get this benefit, and you're not. You're getting a benefit from a relationship that was over. And even though you were friends, you were expecting to go into perpetuity, no end in sight. And if he came to you and said it ends, you would have fought him for it. And you say about being friends. How is that a friend?
Well, I just feel like until the lease term is up, like now the lease term is up next month.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be putting it in my name. The lease for my car is up soon. So I'm going to go get a new car. But
soon meaning how soon meaning how soon? How soon?
Like for with the apartment is next month. The car I got 19 and it was like a 3-year lease. So soon.
So next another year and a half?
Yes, or another year, I think.
Okay. And you currently have and what I heard is you currently had a boyfriend and he's all right with this. And what I think I heard you say was
no, I have a man. I mean, he's not really okay with it.
But let me finish what I was saying. He said that I kind of had the attitude we can stack our paper while we got this grace period.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, ma'am, I really wasn't passing any kind of judgment, but I got to ask, as a woman who has a son,
Mhm.
they ask you, how would you feel if a woman was with your son, you said if he had enough money to take care of it, I'd be cool with it. Does
So
that still
how
stand?
I personally, even though people around me tell me like, oh, don't teach your son that or whatever, I personally always teach my son, like we had a conversation the other day, if you can't afford a girlfriend, you shouldn't have one, even though he's very young, you know, like he wanted to buy her a gift. You don't do anything, you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I want to teach him to be the type of man that I would expect, you know,
Okay.
not like it's
So,
something
so the,
different. So if
the
my son was to sign a contract for 2 years to put a woman in a car, like I'm getting this gift for you, it's for 2 years, and their relationship doesn't last those 2 years, if she doesn't cheat, call the police on him, do anything to like degrade his character or him and bring him down, I feel like it is his responsibility to stick to that commitment. You made that. You should have never put that woman in that car. You should have never
oh,
signed.
okay. That's what I wanted to ask you about. So I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to say.
Mhm.
You said that basically, if he signed it, he should have been able to foresee any potential consequence. Basically, don't sign it if you're not going to live all the way up to it.
A
Because if
million.
you, okay, all right. So if he were to get married, if he were to get married, he met a woman and then married in 30 days, you still would expect him to pay for it?
You're gonna have to take it up with your wife. I'm gonna take it up
His
with your
wife
wife.
is going to say no. His wife, who's his legal wife. I'm
I'm gonna have
asking.
your
So
wife.
what I'm saying is basically what the way you've constructed this, man, is you're right. He needed to. That first off, you said that as long as she doesn't cheat, this.
He's just doing too much, okay? Okay. He's all over the place. He's untethered. He's unglued because this is not his typical thing. And I have got to say, this is my first time seeing Kevin Samuels this vulnerable and putting himself out there, hanging himself out to dry like this. Like, it's a little disturbing for me. It is. It is. So, to me, what I see, what I'm thinking right now, oh man, I'm thinking Kevin Samuels, get this thing together. Like, tell this girl that she's wrong. Tell her that she's unrealistic. Instead, he's having a conversation with a woman that has a kid, instead of him telling a woman that has a kid that because you have a kid, you know, you're low value and all that good stuff. Whatever happened to Kevin Samuels's formula that says that if you have a kid, you can't get a high value man, especially, you know, when you're overweight. Her weight is overweight. She's over his weight standard.
She's not overweight. She's curvy. She's curvy.
No. I told you guys. See, the thing is, with me, I'm a pragmatist. So when you say a thing, you got to stand on a thing. I said that about that girl that was 5'11", 160 pounds, and he told her that she was overweight. It's a whole movie.
She probably looked like a built refrigerator.
No, she was super thin, had nice size boob, but you know, super thin, tiny little body. That's what he told me.
I would have to see how this person looks.
You got to go back to the video. Got to go back to the video. She's the girl that had one kid, was 25 years old. Wait. Hold on, wait. Now, she didn't have a kid that was almost grown. She had one kid. She was 29 years old, and her kid was 7 years old, and the baby father died. And he told her that her chances of getting a high value man were very low. She was going to school to finish up her master's degree.
She's probably not attractive.
Yeah, she was probably more attractive than this girl, but she was as attractive as any other female.
I doubt it, but okay.
So it depends on what you say is attractive. She, of course, didn't have tattoos all over her body. You know, her natural face.
Tattoos does not make a female prettier. Matter of fact, it brings down your value. To be honest with you.
Natural face. She's very the girl. She was like brown skin. She puts her in her kind of reminds you of what's her name? What's that model's name? Naomi Campbell.
She looks like Naomi Campbell.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
she's definitely an attractive female.
They could be
I don't think she probably didn't look like Naomi Campbell, so I think you probably reaching.
She
I would
did.
have to see for myself.
Guys bought me to. Let me tell you something. Men bring me to Kevin Samuels content. I'm very open. I'm very objective. I'm not subjective at all. There are no biases with me. I let people lead their way in the way they lead their way. So Kevin Samuels told this girl that she was not marriage material because she had a kid. She had a son.
She told this girl this.
No, he did not this one. He told that one that. The brown skinned girl. That's what he told her. Younger than her, one kid that ain't almost grown, obviously been married. The dude died in
a lot of those females that call in the show are not that attractive.
Yeah, a lot of them, but she wasn't one.
You know, a lot of these females that's not that attractive, they overlook the average guy. They're looking for the top tiers.
No, you gotta go to that video. That video was at least a month and a half. That was when me and Susanna first did a review of him. Back when the Derrick Jackson scandal started.
I mean, does viewing the 3 minutes of this video, I could tell by Kevin Samuels' body language and
his
how
demeanor?
the way he's probing, his body language and demeanor, that he's probing her differently how he would normally do, and that's very unusual for him.
Yep.
Yeah, because normally he'd be able to dissect everything that she said and being a got on her and being a kicked her off the show by now.
The reason why the engagement of this conversation is different from the other females he's talking to is that this female is actually an attractive female that can actually back a ball player, your rapper. Like this is her carbon copy of her body, style, physique. Her phenotype is the exact thing what a lot of these basketball players are looking for and these famous rappers are looking for.
Well, bro, he did have other women on there that's about on that level, though, bro. I didn't see it, but it's unusual with this one. I don't know. Do he like know her or what?
No,
he trying to holler her or what?
He doesn't know her. He saw her IG. She's an IG model, and he saw the conversation that she was having, and he's invited her on the show. She was having a conversation about the fact that the dude that she had been messing with, she feels like he should continue to pay after they broke up, and because they were dealing with each other almost 6 years.
And she went viral after that.
Oh, she was already viral.
He might be trying to shoot a shot with her. That's probably.
There you go.
He might be trying to shoot a shot with her.
There you go.
He being a little different.
I mean, do you blame him? Look at this.
I don't blame him, but
you know what I mean?
I do. I think that so you guys are right. I do feel like he does select who he talks to. He's very selective, and he does when he does that. But the day that he had the conversation with the girl whose husband passed away because I think he was a Marine. He was a Marine. That's what called my attention to Kevin Samuels. And the fact that he was like, she's 5'11", you're 5'11", how much do you weigh? She was like 161. And he was like, oh, okay, well, you're overweight. Okay, keep going. So what's your dress size? She said a size 4. Sometimes a size 5. Just depends. I'm a little tall. He said, you're not tall, but you are overweight. So what is it that you expect? Like, rate yourself. Rate yourself. What would you rate yourself? She said, I would say maybe like a 7 or 8. I mean, I haven't done any makeup. I haven't done my hair today. This is my natural hair.
I gotta see how she looks.
I just told you how she looks.
Because majority of the chicks that be calling in are not attractive. A lot of them are deuces. So if you're a deuce, which means level 2 of beauty, if you're a dude and you call it in the show with arrogance, saying that your man needs to be 6 feet tall and he has to be making six figures. You know what I
No,
mean? Like
hold on.
that's
She didn't. Nope. This girl never said that. He asked her what she expect out of a man. She said, well, I think that he should make somewhere around 70,000 or so. Said, okay, what do you make? She said, well, right now I'm still in school finishing up my master, but I make 45 to 50,000 on a good year, just depending, And so he was like, well, why do you think that he should make 70 to 80,000? But just forget about that. What would you rate yourself again? Went back to that. So, and I agree what you're going to do about it. He is purposely changing up his format, because I did notice that about whatever his follower was, that one that trolled me for the longest, and I just feel like maybe it was a fake Kevin Samuel page, but I feel like he's changed up since then after the Vlad interview. Like, sir, I just need you to keep the same energy you came to the internet with.
I'm still sold on the fact that Kevin Samuels probably trying to holler at her, because I mean, look at this dude,
right.
even just wearing the tux.
Right.
He wearing a tux.
Right.
That's a tux he wearing.
Listen. I even respect him even more. If he shoot this shot, I respect this nigga, y'all. Because that's what she's supposed to do.
Yeah, I ain't hating him, but I just feel like that's the reason why this conversation is going the way it's going, because he probably already had a conversation with her before this. He's like, yeah, I'll invite you on my platform. He.
No, this is yesterday's show. Day before yesterday. It's day before yesterday's show. The night before last. But because when I watched it, it was live. But so the thing is, and I do feel like he's now trying to cover up the fact that he danced around the direct question as to whether or not he was gay. I feel like he danced around what happened with this thing, talking about somebody was waiting in Zoom. Look, sir, this is what Zoom looked like in the background. It's not another camera like this camera here. Like, just stop playing with me. But so my thing is, accountability is what my show is about. My thing is this: Kevin Samuels, you put out some things out there that were not realistic when it comes to the expectations of people in relationships. And I feel like you should keep the same energy that you came with. So now that a girl who is a hot girl, and she says this, she's a money girl. What did she say? I'm gonna skip that. Something like that. Fast money girl or something like that. City girl. And she got this city girl, hot girl energy. You're actually going to respect her, but you're not going to respect these young women that are calling you and that are not out there doing these very judgy behaviors. Okay. I'm not gonna call them any words, because I feel like everybody is entitled to live their best life, But I feel like he has a problem with respecting women who are the representation of
women. Come on, Doc. Come on.
No, I think he doesn't respect women that are regular women, because he's hurt from the women that hurt him, that were regular women, that discarded him after being married to him for a short time, and he failed to provide for them. That's his trauma. That's how he bonds with men.
You're assuming that he didn't provide for her.
No,
that may not be the case.
No. So let me clarify. I've spoken directly to both his ex-wives, both of them, and his daughter. So I told you one time, this show is about
they could be lying, Doc. They could be lying.
Nah. There are receipts. I told you one time, like, I don't tear people down. The only reason I didn't do the revealing of receipts for Kevin Samuels and I handed what I had over to the respective person he did the interview with is because for me, my platform is definitely not about tearing down people to build up my platform. And there were certain things said and mentioned that I feel like are sensitive, things between people that share intimate bond. And I really don't
get one side of the story.
Parents.
What about his side? What about his side of the story? Doesn't that matter?
You guys heard his side of the story on Tasha K's interview.
He probably has receipts on her. And
he said.
You got to understand.
That wasn't what he said. He never said that.
The daughter is not his biological daughter.
Yes,
So
she is
whatever,
his biological daughter.
that's not his biological daughter. It's his stepdaughter.
Yes, she is his biological daughter.
That's not what I'm hearing. I'm
I
hearing
don't
that
know
it's his
what you're
stepdaughter.
hearing. I told you I work off of receipts.
So you
Receipts,
have receipts. You have receipts saying that he's the biological father of the daughter.
of course.
Well, then that really changes the narrative between his relationship between the daughter
There,
and the
it's
B-
no shift of narrative.
BBMP.
It's
You
it's
know,
no shift of narratives. At the end of the day, Kevin Samuels made his choices. He's living the life that he lives. And if his life were to be different, I think if he had a choice, certain things in his personal life would be different. And I feel like he is entitled to privacy on that area. I only have respect for that area because there is something about the relationships between parent and child and respecting the traumas of people that do ill-equipped things like this, that for me, I draw a line. So I only hold him accountable for the things he does on his show. My things were theories before they were fact checked, and I brought them to the forefront then. The urban therapist will tell you, like when people kept sending me stuff, people sent me things on this guy to do reviews on this guy for like 9 months before I finally was like, okay, from the beginning of him starting to put things out there, say things out and stuff like that before the average at best video. And I still didn't watch that one. I just didn't have an interest because that's not my thing. I don't like to tear people down. I don't like to see people at their worst and then kick them because they're acting out like children, because that's what people do when they're broken. I just need Kevin Samuels to keep the same energy and hold these young people accountable because, like I told you guys plenty of times, I don't like the guy and I have my reasons. However, I feel like he's a necessity to balance. Everybody needs balance, especially the world that we're living in with the dating principles and the mindsets of the people that are dating out there right now in this day and age. There is a need for him. There is even a need for Derek Jackson.
oh, wait a minute now. Derek Jackson's a crook. All he does is lie to women.
Does he lie?
Okay, so wait a minute. Hold on. So you mean to tell me that Derek Jackson is a good individual that's giving out good advice to single black women?
Oh yeah, he did admit to being a deadbeat dad, but I mean, there are some issues there, and I mean, I feel like that's all I'll say. There are some issues. You said, now what did you ask me about Derek Jackson?
I'm pretty much saying that he's a con artist.
Yeah. So it's what's his name?
that's
Umar Johnson.
indisputable.
Yeah, I agree. He said Derek.
But however, his platform is doing exceptionally well now.
Yeah.
I think his net worth is like 2 million or some shit like that. Like this guy's banking, man.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of
Yeah,
So does
yeah,
Umar Johnson. So he likes Kevin Samuels, but not Derek Jackson. Why? Listen, I don't have a like for either one of them, but I do recognize that there is a balance that is needed to be restored in the community, especially the Black community. And I think that those are two people that are needed in order to restore balance and virtue to the idea of dating for Black women. I feel like sometimes you got to go through very, very dark places in order for you to get to the highlights of light in your life. And I feel like this is how you go through it.
Yeah, they call it the necessary evil.
Exactly. Devil, you know.
oh, so you saying he's a necessary evil?
Yeah.
Why?
Absolutely.
Both of them. Because, okay, so let me break this down from a psychological standpoint. So
What makes him necessary?
both of them. Because it's important for people who don't have proper direction and guidance to be able to get that proper direction and guidance from another person that they've idolized, a person that they've selected to make them feel empowered, right? Empowerment is always, often looked at as only something that's positive, right? And so we think that we can only be empowered by things that are positive. But the reality is, regardless of whether an experience is negative or positive, it can still have a positive impact on the way that we view life and how we mature through life ultimately. So these young women who are calling in to Kevin Samuel's show, right? My main issue with him was that I had so many increased in patients that were now suicidal as a result of the rhetoric that he preaches and teaches about women being overweight and women being XYZ, and you know what I'm saying, talking about they could
how is that, hold on, Doc, how is that rhetoric when he's just telling the truth?
Because it's not true, because Lizzo is an overweight woman, very obese woman, and she's obviously secured a high value man. Because Precious is also an obese woman, even though she lost that weight, and she also secured a high value man. Because Oprah Winfrey is, when she secured her man, you understand? So I can keep naming over and over and over. The weight of a woman does not weigh her value. That's the reality.
But what about the women with the unrealistic list? Like the guy has to be 6 feet tall, he has to have a six pack, and he has to make $100,000 a year. Like, isn't that like kind of a double standard? A guy can't help how tall he is.
No,
you know,
I think
but the female can control her weight. She can lose the weight.
Some women were born to a culture that is naturally overweight, obese, and
that's an excuse. That's an excuse.
It's not about excuses. As a medical doctor, I've seen what it looks like for people to be predisposed to certain health conditions. As I've seen a lot of things. So the reality is this, and I've had a chance to live in all different cultures. So if you live in a very limited mindset of an American and you feel like the ideal dream is these surgical bodies and that's life, go ahead. There is a Chinese couple that felt that same way and felt the girl had the same energy. She got all these surgeries done. And then when the man married her and the baby came out looking like he wanted to sue her. And he did. Because he married her based on the fact that she was a Barbie doll when he married her. And that's what he was expecting out of his child that came from her. But your reality never changes regardless to how many surgeries that you get. That's the reality. Okay. And I think that it's a very difficult one for you guys to get in your generation because y'all are so young. Your maturation is already slowed and it's just too much out there. But you got to think about it from a pragmatic lens. Not every single man desires the same thing in a woman. There are certain types of men. And when I say types of men, I'm talking about character traits, not financial stability. So character traits define the type of person and the value of the person, not their money. When you think that the amount of money that a man makes is important, you end up in situations where you're being catfished for one, deceived for two, sexually abused or physically abused for three, emotionally abused for four, and taken to the damn cleaners for five. Either emotionally, financially, spiritually, or all of them all in sync. It's about growing up. When Black people grow up, the reason that Black people can't glow up is because they refuse to grow up. Your mindset has to mature in order for you to solicit these types of people in your life that have true value to add to you. Every single person is an individual. So therefore, their expectations or their desires in a companion is also very individualistic, even though society has a very, very tiny part to play in the the reality is your happiness. I'm honest. Your happiness is not contingent upon the way a person looks. Your happiness is not contingent upon how much a person makes in their, in their bank account. At the end of the day, when you get married to that person and you're married to that person and you're talking to somebody that was married for almost 30 years of my life. So when you're married,
I disagree. I think in biology, most women, they look for security. That's like their number one thing.
No. So a woman wants to be secure in her relationship, and security looks like a lot of things. It looks like the mindset of a man being prepared to receive her and provide for her and protect for her in the way that
Well,
he is used to.
let me ask you a question. Would you date a guy that works at McDonald's?
I wouldn't be exposed to a guy that works at McDonald's.
Well, hypothetically speaking, if you were,
Even
would
hypothetically.
you date a guy that works at McDonald's? I already know the answer. It's how no.
I wouldn't
Right?
be exposed to a guy that works at McDonald's.
I said hypothetically speaking.
There's
I
no
mean, let's not be
hypothetical
difficult.
about it. I have a huge, so you didn't ask why. I have a huge anti-McDonald's lifestyle. My kids don't eat it. We've always boycotted it from the end of times, from the beginning of McDonald's for us.
I mean, it just proves.
So you mean fast food
my point.
industry? No,
It
your
proves my
point.
point.
So you mean
A
the fast food industry?
A female is listen. A female is
Wait,
not
let
gonna
me
wait.
bring you. No, let me bring you back to ground. Okay. So what you mean is fast food industry. That's how you should have formatted your question. And the answer is yes, I have. I've dated a guy that worked for Chick-fil-A corporate. He was a corporate trainer for them for years. And he was African.
I'm not talking about corporate. I'm talking about flipping burgers.
He started from the bottom.
Burgers, frying fries.
Yeah, he started from the bottom when he first came to this country from Africa, and it just so happened that that's what he was doing when I met him. No, he was transitioning into becoming a corporate trainer because I had to get his CV, resume, and all that stuff together. I had to get his credentialing packet together in order for him to get a promotion. But that's neither here nor there because his money doesn't make.
Okay, so it's obvious the guy has some type of value. A female is not going to waste her time. Hold on, let me finish. A female is not going to waste her time if she's not receiving anything that's tangible. You know what I mean? Like a guy has to bring some type of value to the table. A guy can't just look good and everything's good. You know what I mean?
I mean, he did look good, but no, I mean, he brought something more to the table than just looking good. But that's what I'm telling you. He brought character to the table. So not his finances. I wasn't worried about his finances. In the time that we knew each other, he went from working that job, feeling like he had to get another job because obviously, you know, my income index is in the 7 figures, and he felt like he had to do something to be able to at least provide for the house that I lived in. And that would require him bringing in 6 figures. He started an overnight job that paid him pretty good. And then he transitioned into that trainer's position, and he started that one within a couple of months. You know, and he just asked for my assistance the one time, and we had several conversations around why he felt the need to do the things that he was doing. Because my thing is this, my lifestyle is my lifestyle, and I've been providing for myself for a very, 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 very long time.
Doc, it sounded like you was simple. It sounded like you was simple for African man.
Hey, let me rephrase the question where Russ asked it because he's not asking it correctly.
Okay.
Would you settle for him if he was making $15 or less and he didn't want to move up in the corporate ladder? He's happy with flipping burgers or happy working in the food industry. That's where it's passionate at. Would you still date him and marry him?
When I dated him,
or do he have to level up to your standards?
When I dated him, I didn't know how much he made because I know we never had that conversation until after the fact. But he told me that he was making $15 and some change an hour. It was interesting to me because I'm like, well, how did you do these things? You know, and he had taken out several loans and things to get things and to impress me. And for me, that's when I learned that there is a certain level of sacrifice that men, when they're willing to, when they want something and they know what they want and they're trying to seat themselves properly to be able to achieve that longitudinally, when they think that this is what it takes, that they'll do whatever it is that they have to do to make sure they acquire what's needed to level up. And so for him, I think that was one of the main reasons our relationship ended, because I felt like the only reason that you got to this place or this place or this place or this space in your life is because you felt you needed to be there for someone else to validate your position in life. And the reality is, like, I mean, he was a great guy, loved him to death. And if I had to say there was a person that I don't know. If I had to say that there would be a person that I would say we probably would be otherwise good together, it could have been him. It could have been him had all those insecurities not been a thing. But I need for my man, the man that's leading my tribe, I need for that man to look a certain way when it comes to security and self, your sense of self and who you are and where you're going and why you need to get there. Your motivations for life, for me, create character. And my father was a man who was always like, well, you know, a man looks a certain way. A man has to do a certain thing. No, Key, stay in the car. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I had to be reminded several times because in my culture, I don't come from this idea that you guys have in America that just because a woman can, that she needs to. No.
That Dr. J.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone on the chat, including me and Rush, we thinking you dancing around this question now.
What's the
About
question?
that $15 an hour. You heard me.
It was made. I answered it. I said he
asked
was $15 and some change an hour. I said that.
No. I had asked you if he was content staying there at $15 an hour. Would you still talk to him? Would you still date him after without having the expectation that he needs to level up?
Having the expectation that he needed to make more money?
No, without him giving him that expectation that he have to level up. He's content making $15 an hour. He don't want to level up. He's cool where he at. Would you want to date and possibly marry him?
Yeah, if everything else
exactly where he was at.
Yeah, if everything else were in alignment, of course. My life and his life are combined. So my success is his success. So there are things that happen when you tether yourself to someone, they become a part of your journey, an integral part of your journey. I have so many different things going. Like I have so many different businesses and investments and stuff like that. There is no way to get lost in the shuffle with me and not make money. So at the end of the day, when I say like every man that has ever tethered energy with me, whether we've been to the point where we were engaged or actually married or just dating, there is no man I've ever tethered my energy to that didn't benefit, that didn't level up, period. That's just what it is. Because I'm universal, okay? So for me, I've got business in every country. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's about doing what's necessary to properly link yourself with the right energy. And I'm a person that doesn't believe that money makes a person, because money has always come very easy for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I come from it. So it is what it is.
I think that no.
He says the answer is no, that I wouldn't date.
No, you wouldn't have done it if he stayed at $15 an hour.
I would have. I wouldn't have cared because I would have never known. That's the thing. So for me, I never talk about money. And I've never talked about it because I had one guy in my entire life that I dated, that one guy that asked me to buy a car for him on the first date. What's wrong with you? Like, that's the only guy that I ever had any conversations about money with whatsoever, because he felt compelled to disclose the things that placed him in the position with his credit and all that crazy stuff. So I mean, I feel like that's his business. You know what I mean? I feel like that's your business, but what you're not going to do on a first date is ask me to buy you a car, my guy. No, we're not doing that. No. Mm-mm. But finance is very important to me.
Do you think women in general belittle men when they're not on the same level as they are?
Yeah.
Or try to emasculate them?
He said, that's disrespectful, Doc. Don't do that to ADOS people. Go back home. What you mean? I have people here too. My family reared me the same way. Exactly. So obviously people in America still have the same value systems. And by the way, my grandfather who was here, that was the father of my mother, he had the same sentiments. And he was a child of a slave and a slave owner. So for him, it still was very important that a man be a man and a man lead. And he's you know, he was not without his issues, you know, but he was daddy, you know, for us. Yeah. How you
Yo,
doing?
Doc, so what's your ethnicity?
Finnish American.
Spanish American?
Finnish. I'm from Finland.
Finish.
Oh, you're from Finland.
Yeah.
Oh,
Says she descended from ADOS too. Don't disrespect that. What? So I understand that a lot of people make lots of separations of people and things like that, but I just feel like, you know, that's irrelevant. So my mother is a woman who is and was born here in America. You know, I may not have been raised here. I left when I was like 3 days old, but I still was born here on this soil at some point, and I returned much later on in life to find a world that was different than what I was raised in. But it was still very interesting, and I'm still learning. You know, I've come back and forth, and I've been in every country, literally lived in every country over the course of my tenure, my work and military and stuff like that. I've done a lot of things. So I feel like my exposures have definitely shaped a lot of my worldviews, because I feel like oftentimes we have very limited perceptions of what the world looks like and what success looks like in marriages. And I've seen a lot of marriages that look a lot of different ways, and a lot of people are very happy. And a lot of people who live by society standard over here in Western culture, you guys are a lot of unhappy. You guys are a lot of divorce and a lot of cheating, and everybody's exercising their options and lying. So I think that when your culture is like that, it says that something's wrong with what you say works. That's all I'm saying. You said, yes, my great grandmother. I said my great grandmother was a slave, and my great grandfather was at that time the designated slave owner. They fell in love with one another. Says your father is still a breadwinner in the situation. You a breadwinner, so how much respect? I did say that he was an African man, so he had respect in my life, in my household, and he provided. But the only thing I had a problem with is that he didn't come to me. He didn't trust me enough to come to me from the beginning and say, hey, this is my financial situation and this is what I can do. Instead, you know, we come from very similar backgrounds and cultures where we know that it's the position of a man to do a particular thing.
yo, Doc, so why y'all broke up?
That's the reason. That's the reason he didn't trust me with his vulnerability. For me, trust is the foundation.
You know
of
what I think happened? He finally was honest with you, and that turned you off, and you cut him off.
No. He was not ever honest. Maybe you're not listening. So he didn't trust me with his vulnerability. When
But
he
at
did
some
have
point,
an issue,
you figured out his vulnerability, right?
at some point he went to my first husband and he had a conversation with him. And instead of him coming to me, he had a conversation with him. So for me, there were a lot of things that just really resonated for me. And then he was upset when, I came to him with the loan that he had asked my first husband for. And,
Wow,
so for me, the relationship was over then. No, it's not. I had the money, I had to be the one to receive the money. He couldn't receive the money. So it was just about who does the transaction. My first husband wasn't in this country, had no interest in coming here. So, you know what I mean? If you ask him for some money and he gives it to you, whether I'm the person bringing it to you or not, I think that the biggest thing is that he should have trusted me with that level of vulnerability. Whatever he felt, whatever his insecurities were, whatever his position was in the relationship and things like that, he could have trusted me with that, because essentially he's in a very good place now financially. And I had no problem with doing that. But for me, I just cannot do unstable people in relationships. Stability is a necessity. I'm in one country 1 minute, another country another minute. You understand what I'm saying? My lifestyle looks a lot different. So it's really important for me to make sure that that person is secure in their seat with the, you know what I mean, in their relationship with me. If
Okay,
they're
so you
I
didn't
got
feel
to
no
go.
type of security with this individual that you were dealing with, right?
Oh no, I felt very secure with him, but the parts of him that he was showing me were very limited. So my schedule is very, very difficult, especially then. My regular schedule pre-COVID, you know what I mean? You barely have any like personal time. You see what I'm saying? So for our relationship, for the parts that I saw as we courted during that year, like, you know, it was very, very limited. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still fulfilling a contract for the federal government. It's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. So I can't be, and he was traveling too. So if we're both traveling and we're both working, then that relationship just it can't survive without that trust component being there, without that vulnerability being there. That's why I say being in a successful relationship is so much more than the money. There is no money problems, period. But there is security problems, and security is a lot of things. You have to go to your partner and allow your partner to be that person that you trust with your vulnerabilities. Undoubtedly, if you can't trust them and they're supposed to be another half of you, who can you trust?
Well, let me tell you why guys don't keep it real with females.
Well, don't
The
say
reason why,
guys.
the reason why men cannot keep it real with females, because if they show any type of vulnerability, your your hypergamy kicks in, and you want to look for something better because you're looking at your significant other as a weak provider or weak individual. That's just biology.
So why do you feel like that's how women view men?
That's how most women view men. Yeah.
That's interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't think that's how most women view men. I think that that's maybe an internalized thing that you've been conditioned to believe. But if you go out and
No,
actually ask some questions of some women, you
nah,
find that they feel that way.
I've been around too. I've been around. And I've seen things, I've witnessed things, and also I've done things. So I know what time it is. You're
Possibly. From your experience, I agree. But when you say women, right, you have a lot of women that disagree on this panel, but also women that I've seen in therapy that
of
disagree.
course. But listen. I know you women is not going to tell the truth. You know what I mean? That's just how y'all roll, man. Y'all don't keep nothing a buck. You know what I mean?
Interesting. So where did you learn that from? Who taught you that?
I guess life experience. You know what I mean?
I agree. I agree. I agree. Life experience will teach you a lot of things. But it doesn't mean that it's a universal truth for everybody else.
Well, I mean, if okay, if there, let's say you're doing a case study, right,
Mm-hmm.
with a bunch of men, right, and
Mm-hmm.
they're telling you the same problem that they're having with their uh, spouse or significant other. That's so it shows a pattern, and within that pattern, you know, it comes with statistics that show how women how women handle situations when men keep things real with their significant other. You know what I mean?
Hmm. So based on the study, I would find what?
If if a guy keeps it, if a guy shows his vulnerability to significant other, she's gonna prep herself to look for a better candidate that could fill the job.
Are you saying that that's what my findings are, or are you saying that that's what I'm trying to find out in the study?
No, that's what I'm saying from watching other people's problems. You know what I mean? It's a pattern. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I agree. Hurt people, but heal people don't. So at the end of the day, when you have trust issues and you choose not to trust from
it's not trust
idea
issues.
that everybody is not going to tell you the truth because somebody else didn't, right?
It's not trust issues. Just like, okay, we all know women are intuitive creatures. Men have a certain intuitive skill where they know if they keep it a buck with the significant other, everything's gonna go up shit creek. You know what I mean? But I mean, obviously, we're not gonna come to an agreement with this. So I guess we can agree to disagree. You know what I mean?
I mean, our personal life history teaches us very different things. So there is no agreeing to that being a fact for me, but it doesn't mean that it's not a fact for you. I mean, this is valid for you as you want it to have validity. I mean, because at the end of the day, like, I've not had those experiences, and for me, when I ask questions about the things that Kevin Samuels put out, it's because I'm curious as to how many people he's seen in successful relationship. Because the thing is, I kind of do successful relationships. That's what I do for a living. So
I mean, he's proclaimed that he helped out successful relationships. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
It's not all negative with Kevin Samuels. You know what I mean? He does some good out there. You know what I mean?
He says, so Kevin is actually convicted in what he says. Can't say the same for you, Doc. Possibly. Who knows? But for me, it's about pragmatics. It's not about my personal experiences. It's not about my personal life. When I say success, it's about what makes sense. So if a person, if Kevin Samuel says that this is ideal success in relationships, this is the type of woman that can vet a high value man. This is what a high value man looks like. And now he's backing off that endorsement and saying, yeah, no, like, she's wrong. My problem is, based on his standards, she isn't wrong. You can't be contradictory. That's my thing.
Nah, I disagree on that. She's wrong all across her, but I guess we're not going to come to an agreement with this either.
So why is she wrong then? Kevin says a man should pay for everything. This guy is paying for everything. He's now saying that this guy should not.
If they're in a relationship, Doc, come on.
Yeah, but he is still paying. So the girl says here, but he's still paying.
Okay, Doc. What sensible man is going to pay a female's bills and he's not tapping it? It doesn't make sense.
Plenty. Go down to the bottom. You're bringing up all comments. I can't follow the conversation like that.
I said a sensible man, a guy with some type of intelligence, a guy with some sense would not pay a girl's bill and not be tapping it. It's absurd.
Well, I don't know. Then it must be a lot of absurd guys out there because
no, there's a lot of suckers out there.
Well, we can call them suckers, whatever you want to call them, but they are. Says I'm not a Kevin follower, but I feel he's actually convicted what he says. Proving Kevin wrong is simple. So I don't think it's about proving him wrong. I think that he's proving himself wrong. So the thing is, he said that this is a system that works. According to Kevin Samuels, this is a proven system that makes people, find and vet and marry high value people, blah, blah, blah. But this is not what happened with this couple. And this is his formula and it's not worked. So what do you mean? What would I do about what? You said your personal experience for what you told so far. Make my point. I don't know what you mean. My personal experiences in one relationship experience in the past does not say anything about my current lifestyle right now. But yeah, wealthy men pay for companionship every day. They pay escorts. Essentially, I feel like in this situation,
Yeah, we call those tricks. A guy that's willing to pay for companionship is a trick. It's
and
not. I mean,
that's fine. That's Kevin Samuels. I agree. Whatever you say. so I'm saying though, you're not making it make any other sense than what I'm already saying. So this
no, you're saying what she's doing with her sponsor is justifiable. It's not. There's no just within that. Everything she did to that dude is unjust. You know what I mean? Now, if the tables was turned,
yeah.
if she was getting played by the dude, oh man, she'll probably try to file a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Get him locked up, all kinds of stuff. But when a woman does this kind of scamming technique, she gets away with it because she's just a woman. You know what I mean? So she gets away with a lot more than a dude that's able to scam a female for her money. You know what I mean?
Right, Lucy B. But so I think if you think about it, okay, if you think about it, I think if you take it for what it is, all right, just take it for what it is. And that's the fact that Kevin Samuel said himself that he paid a very high value, expensive escort to accompany him to a business function in which that was the beginning of the rest of his life.
That doesn't make him a trick. He did that to advance his career.
No.
That was an investment.
I'm not done. So Kevin Samuels says that he pays women regularly to attend.
He did not pay her. Doc, he did not pay her for.
That's fine. But he says he still
he paid her because he wanted to display an image to get to move up into his career, which I think was smart. It was a smart move.
Okay, so why do you think he asked this woman about her vagina being available to the guy?
Because this situation is different. Because if you're dating somebody and y'all in a relationship and like
no. Any relationship,
hold on. And he's smashing, and you paying the bills. That's reasonable. But you can't expect him to hold his end of the bargain when you're not holding yours.
So Kevin, you want to know the price tag that he paid for the one girl that he had at the first event? This girl says that her bills are roughly $5,500 a month. Kevin Samuels paid the summation of over 10 grand for that 1 3-hour event. With that.
Well, I mean, obviously,
no.
Obviously, he made the flip because for him to make an investment within the to that escort to display this image of to display an image to his employer to get that what's the word I'm looking for, that validation, then it was worth it because maybe he flipped that 10 grand into 40 grand. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Who knows? I'm just saying. He says it's okay, and he's continuously paying women to accompany him to various functions throughout life. He says this thing. When he went on Vlad,
that doesn't make him a trick. A trick is somebody who falls into the seduction of a prostitute, pays for sex, and after the sex is over, he's on to doing whatever he needs to do in his personal life. That's what makes a trick.
So lots of escorts are paid for sex. Their time is used however the man wants to use it. I'm just going to put that out there. I have them as clients. That's how I know. You pay for the discretion so that you can use her how you want for the time you have her.
Yeah, but you know, you guys are twisting and saying, calling him a trick when he's just merely
This
paying a
is your
female,
word. This is your word.
to display an image to
He's a
level
consumer
out,
to me.
to
He's a
level up,
consumer.
to level out with his employer. There's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe all of those are, attempts for him to level up. And he mentioned at every interview that he's done outside of him being in his home doing his show, in every interview, he's bought different women with him. And these men that were there to interview him attested to the fact that, oh, what about the woman you bought with you? She looks like a high value woman. And he was like, what is she? Obviously, he ain't tested out the cookies yet, but he's still paying for his time.
Here's the thing, Doc, and you probably won't be able to understand because you're not a male, but when men have gatherings and they're conversing about copulating with attractive females, they give them props because it is not an easy thing to smash a dime piece. It takes skills to do something like that. You know what I mean? So a lot of high value males, not even just high value males, but men period. When we have that bond with each other, we show respect towards one another because we know how hard it is to smash that attractive female. That's something. It's just, you know what I mean, that's something you probably never understand because you're not in that kind of space because you're not a male. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I know several males and several of them that use escort services, and we're quite close. And we talk about a lot of the things that they do. But the reality is, it's not hard for them, not the males I know, not only to pay the escorts, but also it's not hard for them to have sex with women of actual high value. But they don't consider their escorts high value either. So for them, an escort is definitely not a high value woman. These are just the men that I know. Most of them make 7 figures or more. So, they own businesses and they're CEOs and things like that. But that's
you don't get it. I like put it like this, right? Let's say I go to an event, right? And there's a CEO to like a like I don't know, like data mining or something like that, right? And I'm a normal dude, right? He sees me walking with this chick. Like, damn, yo, I tried to smash Shorty last week, but I couldn't smash her. And he sees me with her, right? He's gonna wanna converse with me and try to figure out, yo, how the hell you bag this down piece because I couldn't even throw money at her and she wouldn't sleep with me. And now, boom, he's opening up with me. We're talking about business, and then maybe I could finagle my way on using some of his resources just for the simple fact we had that bonding moment over an attractive female that I was able to smash. You know what I mean? This is how men bond. You know what I mean? Through situations like that. Come on, help me out, therapist, man. Yo, you been quiet.
I don't co-sign nothing that you talk about, bro. You're on your own with this one.
You're it's a lot of male energy over here, so.
Right. You're on your own with this one, bro. Because I never in my life went to another dude and asked him how did he pull a female. Because I have my own individual way of pulling females. I'm being real about it. It's kind of weird. That's like me walking up to you, bro, and saying, hey.
He said, black man,
how'd you pull on Dr. Jefferson, bro? Man, I wish I could get a Dr. Jefferson. That sounds so insecure to me.
Yeah. So it's going to be awkward. It's going to be an awkward conversation.
Yeah, but however, if I'm just walking up to you and we just meet and we talking about business, that's totally different. But for us starting out talking about pulling a female, that's you're on with that one, bro. I don't know.
So
I
I
believe
don't
that.
know, maybe it's a generational thing, man. Yeah,
hold
man.
on. Wait a second. Wait a second. So what you're gonna do about it? Ask the question. I mean, pose the comment that black men pay because they're the least desired men on the planet. You really think that black men are the
That's
only
that's
people?
not true.
The vast
Matter of
majority,
fact,
the men that I date,
we're the most desired creatures on earth.
men are men. That's what
All different cultures of women fuck with us heavy. You know what I mean? And I'm a
all
living testament
different,
to that.
all different cultures of
I,
women have sex or deal with lots of men from all cultures.
I never a day in my life paid for any type of escort, nor pay for any type of stripper or anything like that. Period.
Right. But I mean, I do know that there are a lot of guys out there that are not just black men that pay for sex from escorts because it's convenience. You're paying for discretion, and essentially, when my clients tell me the people that have paid them and show me things, they know that it's doctor patient privilege, so that confidentiality component is there. And so I think that you got to look at it from a pragmatic stance. Not only men, I'm going to be honest, women pay for prostitutes and escorts as well. So it's really all in the person and their preference and what they have going on and what it is that they need at the moment. Physical sex is nothing. You're very young, so your mindset is very immature as a male. So there is a lot of maturing you have to do as a man. Like one of these guys on here mentioned that he is I can't remember the age, but he says that his penis doesn't just get erect for just any piece of ass. Like you got to have something else. Right, 39. So a lot of men go through that maturation when they're 29 going on 30 once they reach 30, but you got a lot of men in Western culture, however, that are very far behind because you guys have other traumas that you're struggling with. And you can't overcome the traumas and get to growing and maturing in life because you've got these things that are retarding the process for you. So what I'll say is, with life experience, tenure, and exposure and lessons comes maturation. And so you got to let that come for you whenever it comes. But I mean, it's still interesting to see those insights. I mean, I guess. So people are making courtship way too complicated. Let's go to that comment. Can you pull it up? It's like the second to the last one on this. No, the one above it. Knowledge TV said, never paid a woman to hang out with me. I'm 31. I don't know what escort. My son,
You know what
he's
you
31.
know
He's
what
about to be
knowledge
32.
you know what knowledge I'm gonna challenge you on that one. I guarantee that you did pay a woman to hang out with you. That is called a date.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, if you're talking about hanging out, then yeah, that's a date.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
Unless they did the Greek thing.
Oh, meet and greet. Oh, talking about Dutch.
Yeah, the Greeks do it too, though. Yeah, going Dutch, where the woman pays for her stuff and the guy pays for his stuff until they're a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you never know. I mean, and that's happening now. Like I think that that's one of the conversations that I feel like with my daughters, I've had the hardest, challenge. It's like, I'm like, oh my God, I just wish my father was still alive because you can't instill those things. You know what I mean? You just can't make this generation is just so far left. She's like, well, I got my own money, so I'm gonna pay. Yeah, but you have to let him. And you got the guy coming to me like he's telling your mom on you. What we doing? Stop. Let the man be a man. You know what I mean? I felt so sorry for that boy when he came. He asked me for a hand in marriage. I was like, oh God, it's gonna be a rough life. Like I tried. Just let us know so we can get the wedding out of the way. But I feel like oftentimes these young people, I do recognize that this generation of people, especially those in America, are primarily exposed to American culture. The vast majority of them have a very different take on what success in relationships look like. But the reality is, once you've been married for a couple of years and all those masks, those facades start to come down and come off. I know that you guys think that money is important, but wealth is important. So there's a difference in money and wealth. Money can come and go at any time, and you can look like you're financially stable. You could be making this money for, 3 years or whatever Kevin Samuel standard is. And then life can come tumbling down. 3 to 5 years. Yeah, you could have that. And then life can come tumbling down on top of you. And everything that you've saved can be lost because your savings went to investments and things like that. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you could be running down to the wire, spending all of your savings and all of that stuff. And is that person still going to be with you when you no longer have that money at the moment? Or are they going to say, well, you're a career man or you're an entrepreneur and you have these additional skills, so let's reposition ourselves and let's level up? So I think if you look at what helps people succeed in a relationship, it's communication, acceptance, growth, and maturation. Because you have to communicate the messages that you feel in your heart and in your mind, the ideas that shape your life and your becoming. And you have to accept that, you guys are not done becoming whoever you're going to be. And essentially, as you become, you're growing with that person, not away from that person, only if you attenuate your senses and your ears and your spirit to that person in such a way that they complement you and continue to add value to you, and you, in return, complement them and continue to add value to them. So I think that we have to do the things that allow us to grow in a positive way and figure out what actually works, and not just say, okay, well, I want a woman because she looks like this. Because the reality is this: half of these women, even in their 20s, and I know a lot of you guys think that they're 100% real, but they're not. It's a whole sham. And when you get married and she has your kid, good God, I hope you got enough money to pay for the same level of surgery and things that she's had.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I could agree to that.
he says, a modern woman, you lose it, she gone. Where do you guys get that mindset, though? Where do you guys get that mindset? Because I do feel like one of my sons, sometimes I feel like he sometimes thinks to himself, like, well, I got to spend a certain amount of money on a person, blah, 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 right? But
they get
for him,
this mindset from like
into her.
We call it blue pill. Like they get this mindset from watching like TV shows, advice they get from other lying women. You know what I mean? Tell them to do certain things to back the female when it's not true. So they go wholeheartedly, you know what I mean, to try to impress a female when really he's not impressing the female, he's really turning her off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that it just depends on the outcome of I think it depends on the direction of the woman. So directionality. I agree, what you're gonna do about it. I think that that's a interesting point, like to be with someone for that long and to see what it really takes and to see where things are shifting now is real interesting. It's real interesting. And sometimes I just sit back and I'm just shaking my head. Liz, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because that's what happens. That person that's making all that money runs into, or even have a car accident, not even a heart attack, has a terrible car accident, and they are at fault and didn't have proper insurance. And
Yep. Even with COVID, when we was dealing with COVID last year,
yeah,
that shut down a lot of six-figure on income for a whole entire year.
Exactly. And some people couldn't flex themselves into other positions and do other things. And that's why I say catastrophic events like car accidents, because I think the reality behind people who have successful relationships have nothing to do with most of the things that these young people think they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's, you know, a person making this amount of money, it's always that mindset. Like, what about the character of the person? What about the person of the person? So you're going to get with somebody because they're making 6 or 7 figures, right? And then they're going to beat your ass every day consistently, right? And they're going to put makeup on you and apologize for it consistently, right? But you're going to stay because they make 6 figures. Help me understand it. Help me understand it. And for a man, you guys are saying, well, I got to have a woman that look like this. So you're going to get a woman that look like that, that's bringing all that to the table, that makes you look good in front of your friends, that gives you clout. Is it, that's the word now? Position and stature in society, right? And then she's going to be a hoe out here in these streets. You're going to find out that her side gig is hustling in the streets and having sex with multiple men on a regular basis. And as a result, you gonna keep her because she make you look good with your friends that you got her so you can brag about. These things don't make sense. So Kevin Samuels is getting a dose of his own medicine. This girl goes on to say that she's in another relationship with another guy and the guy is in that house. She's still expecting this dude to pay for it because Kevin Samuels told her that that's the standard. If you've rendered a service for this guy, you've leveled him up, you've gone above and beyond. Like, what you talking about? What you bringing to the table? You ain't have to have sex with him for the latter 4 years of the relationship, and he's still paying? How can you argue with her reality? That is my problem. If this is her reality, you cannot argue with her reality. That's my issue with Kevin Samuels. He likes to argue people's reality. So if she's, and you're not handling her the same way you handle all these other women that got a kid. So you're completely off of your algorithm here, sir. Completely. Like, make it make sense for me. You say it don't make sense unless you factor in the problems faced and stop trying to put us on the same field as everyone else. What do you mean by the same field as everyone else? And what do you mean? What problems? Do you got that, urban therapist? Do you have it?
I got a little bit of it, but it need to clarify
Clarify
a little
for
bit
me.
more. Yep. Well, what you're gonna do about it need to clarify a little bit more, so I won't be just speculating, because I think I got an ideal, but I want to know
Hold on,
actually
let
what
me
you're
go to
talking
this
about.
part while I'm waiting on him to clarify, I'm gonna go to this part.
Where does doing the right thing come in?
Yeah, the moral part.
In regards to OnlyFans?
Well, an easy way to get money, and I'm hearing easy way to get money.
Because he asked her, I'm gonna clarify. He asked her before this plays, did she have an OnlyFans? He knew she had an OnlyFans because he's followed her page on IG. So, and she said yes. And he says, okay, so you're making money on OnlyFans. So what about when all this comes down because it's going mainstream? What are you gonna do for money?
And like,
but before, Kevin Samuels' premise was that a woman's money doesn't matter.
And I'm thinking of this situation you have, and it sounds like an easy way to keep a car and a loft versus getting out there and hustle and get it yourself and take care of yourself and have your man take care of you as it should be. I think you're defending your point as best as you can, but I really don't think that you believe that this is right. The right way that I don't think you'd want your son doing this.
I think it would be honorable if he did it for 3 months. Like I said, 3 months is
honorable. You keep saying honorable as if a man doesn't, honorable doesn't mean foolish, ma'am. Where's your honor? Where's your honor as a woman to say this is not right to take from a man when I'm with another man? Where's your honor as a woman?
I don't know. That's why I'm the voice of the city girls, the pretty girls, and the hot girls. I guess that's where that comes in.
Okay, so are you saying you don't have any honor?
I'm not giving the stuff back. It was a gift. The question.
Are you? I'm asking, ma'am. I'm not questioning that. I'm just simply asking you. You mentioned his honor. I'm asking you, where's your honor as a woman?
I don't know what, in regards to. It would be honorable to give the stuff back that was gifted to me.
It wasn't gifted, ma'am. I asked you. You said it would be honorable for a man to do X, Y, Z, and I'm asking you, where does honor come into where you move as a woman in all things?
When I was loyal to them and I did all the things, that was where the honor came in, and that's why I deserve the things that I received.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like
you deserve those things in perpetuity until you decide they should end. But he can't decide when they end because that would be dishonorable.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
You deserve them in perpetuity until they end, but because that.
So that's when she faded out. That's when she lost connection. And I really, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's always his connection because he always has the same issue. Kevin Samuels, you need to go and get some professional internet, business internet. Yeah. I know. Stranger talk. Make it make sense for me. I'm just
that throwing me off too.
I'm saying. She said she got a son and her son almost grown, but she's only 28.
Oh, that throwing me off. What, you were 10 the other day?
What happened?
You were 10.
Yeah, she was a 10.
She was 10 years old if you had a child.
Hold on, let me
wait.
Let me let him say what he was say about her because he had some things to say about her.
Her legal leg to stand on. I think she understands that she's actually getting over on a guy who's being a simp. I mean, I don't care how much money a man has. It's his money. It's not yours. Her current boyfriend or whatever, he knows it's wrong. See, that's what I'm saying. This is the modern woman. It doesn't matter what's wrong. It's still somehow that men are wrong for expecting, but women aren't wrong for expecting. Okay. I understand how we got here.
You think?
But I don't believe.
Yeah, he confused as hell. He said how we got here.
I don't believe for a second that
Oh God, I was trying hard to hold it. Come on, official therapist, give us your comments. Because I can't. I feel sorry for Kevin Samuels. For the first time in my life, I feel sorry for him. Kevin, let me tell you something. Why don't do that? Don't let nobody come on your show and do that again. The manosphere is going to fire you. Oh, somebody get him a job. Right. Like, God, I'm so hard. I'm heartbroken because of the way this woman has made him look. And then she does come back on to finish saying the same thing. But he never knocked her off of her pedestal. And he still was back there feeling like a fool because...
Well, yeah. if you want to see her get knocked off a pedestal, watch the interview she had with the Fresh and Fit. She was definitely put in her place.
The who?
Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put that down so we can watch. You got it already? Did you watch it already on YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
Send it to my email. Forward to me. How did you leave it? I think this one works. But send it to my email just in case he don't get it up.
You said Fresh and Fit
at Gmail.
Yeah.
You got it? Urban Therapist.
Hello. I'm pull it up.
Yeah,
I'm very intrigued by this.
Me too. I am. Like, I just couldn't. I was like, the audacity. He has created this and it's here. It really is. This is This can't be life. I was like, we can't be having it. This can't be real. He just trolling the internet today. I swear I said it when I was watching this show. I was like, this cannot be real. Kevin Samuels, I'm gonna wait here until you put her in her place. And it never happened. And I was disheartened. I was like, man, I didn't mean for you to stop like demoralizing women like that. That's not what I meant. I meant like, I said, and everything I said about Kevin Samuels holding women accountable in an abrupt way, I equally said he's a necessity that we needed him for balance. I said these things like, so I need him to do the things and say the things that professionals like myself can't say, and not as harsh as Umar Johnson says.
Hey, Rush, what's the title on First to Fit? What she was on there?
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now. Hold on, give me a sec.
Yeah, I'm on there too.
But so let me hit this play real quick. Y'all don't see him still stumble over his words.
I don't believe for a second that if this were a son, brother, but she would be like, all right, keep your honor, son. If anything, like get rid of that and get that stuff and give that money to me.
What?
Entitlement. Yes.
It's
deserving something that's not yours.
It's Blue Jasmine.
Maybe she's having a problem.
With 5 girls?
It's Blue Jasmine W/5 girls.
Okay. I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, hold up.
Share it so I can play it.
Hold up, give me a sec.
As we progress to have conversations and things over here, I'm going to ask the people, I'll have the conversation with you. And everybody's not going to think the way you think or I think. What I'm trying to...
You see how he changed his whole purview? Like literally, this was my quarrels with him from the very beginning, people. And now he's taking my argument away. He's removed my talking points. He stole my talking points. He stole my... Who said that? Tommy Sotomayor said that about Kwame Brown? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like he stole my talking points. Like you can't be now keeping this energy when you came with the other energy before. What's wrong with you, Kevin?
Bounce out and bang out.
I know, right? But he can't go out like this, y'all. I just can't. I told y'all didn't need to cancel the guy because, God, this is just terrible.
To get through is the through line. And how is it balanced out, and is it fair for everybody else? Okay, it seems like you're having a problem. Okay, here's what you
do. You have it?
Here's what I have.
I see now.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, hold on.
Ellie, I'm gonna have.
Let me know if you can hear the audio though.
Okay.
Yeah, if not, I got the bag out.
Okay. Nope. No audio.
No audio. All right, let me bag out.
Okay. He says he said you're right here. Moving to go focus to the You said morality isn't universal. I totally agree with that. When I was watching it, when he was trying to get her on that, I said, yeah, no, you're not going to be the person to get her on the moral high ground or ethical high ground because your life doesn't fit that ideal, for one. And then your show has perpetuated the cycle of behavior that you're talking about is immoral about her movements now. Like, you can't have that argument. You can't decide to control all the dynamics of these relationships that you're responsible for putting together with your ideals. So I feel like Kevin Samuels is losing ground simply because he's shifting now. He's a totally different person. And I don't think I like it. I think I'm really uncomfortable with it. As a matter of fact, yeah, Yeah, I don't like it. Who likes it? Who likes this new Kevin Samuels? It's not even fun. Like, I'm a person that don't believe in picking on people like when they are disadvantaged. It's like, kicking a man while he's down and stuff. Like, he's clearly man down. Somebody go pick that guy up. Is anybody from the manosphere on here? I know we had somebody from the manosphere on here in the beginning. Like, where are y'all at today? I'm gonna need you guys to show your faces and go over there and help Kevin Samuels get himself together. I know a couple of comments the other night were like, I can't believe he's not correcting her. Put her in her place. Well, the thing is, you can't put her in her place when she's disproved your logic about women who have kids having a difficulty finding relationships or having less value than other women. I just feel like we got to do better. You know better, you do better.
I'm going to actually let you come in on another piece of software. So maybe it'll be easy to do this way.
By the way, this is his other piece of software that he was talking about on Vlad TV. So
I'm going to send you this link that says Ask Godfather. That's how you do that. This may be easier to do than your Zoom. Yeah, guys, you can't expect it, and there's no reason to get upset or yell or. We got to understand where people are coming from. Yeah, he a man
down. Go pick that guy up.
At least have the conversation.
Now he want to have conversations, y'all. Now he want to have conversations. He's telling me he want to understand where people coming from. You know damn well Kevin Samuels never wanted to understand where other people were coming from until now. You got to
be willing to have the conversation.
Oh my God.
And
let's
play devil's advocate. Let's assume
he stole my talking point.
Just doesn't care. Because I think she said that everybody's in the full loop.
I'm kidding, you guys. This is crazy though to me.
Knows everything, and her current knows everything.
Yeah, they're a very happy couple. I'm happy for those folks. I know you look so shocked, Kevin. How is this happening?
Bad for anyone.
Right. It's not.
And I would say that from the conversation I just heard, how it will be bad.
He does. Stranger
no
talk. He does. Like, that's what I was talking about.
There's no thankfulness.
Yeah, he's always on point with what he has on.
That's why I try to get an understanding of, well, if I owe you, what do I owe you, and for what? I helped him with his business. All right. What did you do in this business that was mission critical? Meaning, if you didn't do it, the business would fail. Nothing.
You can't help him.
So how much is that worth on the open market?
That's rough.
Is it worth $6,000 a month?
Yeah, obviously.
Doesn't sound like it.
What you mean? Doesn't sound like it? The guy's still paying.
Something?
You missed something, Kevin. He's still paying. He's still currently paying.
All right. So her phone died. I put that up there. I put the Ask Godfather link on there. I'm going to be doing some more of these.
I can't.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe she can pop in this way.
I think he did it on purpose.
But again.
Oh, he need more than some
have the conversations.
He needs something.
And that's one thing that I can do. Have the conversations that a lot of folks may not have the patience to have, or just get frustrated or whatever.
Kevin,
your audio's not connected. But
Kevin, you don't have the patience to have the conversation.
So I'm gonna let you get a chance to get your audio connected.
Look, he almost failed, you guys, because he's so thrown off. His balance is off. Something is going on here. Something isn't right. This is like Houston, we have a problem. Like, I'm serious. There is something not right about this. I'm sorry. You guys have got to understand this is a situation. Where is the manosphere? Can somebody tag the manosphere?
You definitely need to watch that interview with Fresh and Fit.
I was waiting on the therapist to bring it back up here because I don't know how to do a whole lot of stuff on the computer.
Your audio's not connected.
I can do the simple stuff.
So while she's doing that, yeah, when she's like, 93 months is expected. In any state in the union, if you have a legal binding lease, let's say you're renting a home, you can have a legally binding lease. You're supposed to give 60 days notice, but if they decide to terminate you for cause, all they got to give you is 30 days notice.
Well,
So,
the manosphere
even
cares
with a
about
legally
Kevin.
binding lease,
What
the
you're saying is
things
not
she's
true.
talking about
And it depends on what state you live in.
is excessive.
Oh, I know, and she's in New York. She has very much legal grounds. I oversee a couple of different clinicians that live in New York State, and one of them is going through some issues with the situation now. So I know for a fact that in New York you still have to have a formal eviction notice if a person has made it their home and stayed there for, what was it, 31 days or something like that, and then 10 days consecutively sleeping overnight. Then you have to go through the formal eviction process. It has to go through the courts, all of that good stuff. So at the end of the day, yeah, no. And I think that he's just talking out of the side of his neck because he was off balance. Like the guy said, his equilibrium is off. It is, because this is not the normal him. He's normally way more prepared, way more combative, way more, let me check this bitch, put her in her place. All those vulgar words are Kevin Samuels with women who do not fall in line with his ideals. Okay. Yeah, no. Even on disagreement day. And what you're going to do about it? The manosphere don't want to think about me. It's fine. They need to think about Kevin Samuels. Okay. I'm concerned. I'm genuinely concerned. That's their guy. So they need to go and help the guy up.
3 months is the minimum. 6 months would be, if you want to be a good guy. And I object to that kind of language, trying to shame men, saying, you're not a good man if you don't do it this way. I think it's a hell of a man to even decide to do any of this stuff. I mean, sounds like a pretty decent guy.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how much debt should be owed. I mean, you dated a guy.
And I'm going to make it clear. I feel like I totally need Kevin Samuels. I don't know what you mean. He has 1 million followers. Like, he just ramped up those followers, by the way. Like, he ramped up a lot of followers. He only had like 7,000 followers before that Tasha K interview. And he had just gotten a large following right before that. So he ramped up in followers between then and now. And that was over the course of like a month and a half. So I totally need Kevin Samuels. What you mean? Because he has 1 million followers. That means he has a lot of people that he can have helping him hold these things in society that are out of balance and out of whack, accountable in a very aggressive way and stuff, while other people are being nice. So I disagree what you're going to do about it. I totes need this guy. Totes. See, the thing about most people is most people will not admit that they're interconnected with other people and that we're all interdependent because we're all a system. On the contrary, I ain't her. I'm going to 100% give you all your credit, and I'm going to 100% thank you for you elevating me and my understanding of the world that we live in. That's how I know so much, because I'm curious. So at the end of the day, Kevin Samuels has a tremendous amount to offer me. He has a tremendous amount for me to learn about life experiences that I will never get an opportunity to live. Because like Rush said, I'm a woman. I'm not a man. Says he got something to hide. Course, doctor, not real. They don't know what a real doctor. I don't know. I mean, he's definitely got something going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know the huge him taking a shift is, maybe it's through therapy. I heard that he was in therapy. Therapy helps with people like him. I'll just say that. So
Yeah, I had fast forwarded to the good stuff because it was like really long. But here y'all go.
So wait, are these the pretty
So
girls?
for me, I don't bend my bridges. I
Yep.
Good God. Yeah, they
still talk
baby.
to my exes. So yeah, if somebody really cares about you,
Told all your exes?
they'll keep on helping you out. Sorry?
Drake?
No.
Right? Okay. No, I mean, honestly, guys, just take this as a learning point, man. Like, women always have backup options. They have security situations set up because it is what it is, man. You know,
they want to be paid for their youth.
Yeah, like,
damn, they play.
It doesn't get more RP than this, guys.
Okay,
all right, go ahead.
Personally, I've never been in that experience, but if I was, I wouldn't expect him because like we are not together. But like if you were generous enough to do that, then I mean I'm not complaining. But if also like let's say like he gives you let's say like an apartment and he's paying off like however much the rent is, and then like he like you said he expects you to quit your job and everything, and then you break up and he's like going cold turkey, then like how are you gonna pay for that? So like you could be like, can you like maybe cover it while I get a job or something, like make an agreement, but I wouldn't expect it.
The thing is that most breakups are initiated by women most of the time. Like 7 to 8
Well, then,
7
in
to
that
8 out of
case-
10 divorces
Yeah.
are
I mean-
initiated by women.
And
So
men,
it's like,
men aren't leaving because they're already cheating with everyone and
Mhm.
doing everything they want, and then coming home to the stupid one. Like you just,
Yeah.
choose. Who
are you
want.
really stupid
Well,
though? If you're the one that has the house and the
you're
car
being-
and
you're
everything,
being taken care of, though.
I
Are you
mean,
really
yeah,
stupid
because
one?
at the end of the day, he's with some other woman, not you.
But you're getting all the
you
benefits
have the
though.
leverage. But
Yeah, but that.
But to be honest, as a woman, you can still get those things without fucking from several men.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like you do kind of decide who you want to be stupid for, and that's
Mhm.
okay. Like I don't.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That is very true because you guys have so many options. You could like, you know what? You give me 1,000. You give me 1,000.
Yeah, so
Right.
you can have those same things without having, and I always preach, don't give the pussy up, because once you give the pussy up, you ain't getting shit. You know what I mean? So it's like you can get those same things from people.
Yeah, this is kind of scary. Guys, don't be that guy giving $1,000. Don't be that guy.
well, you know what? No, I'm good. Just let them talk, man. Like, guys, take your notes out because you guys think we're always capping on here. You guys are misogynist.
Hold on, pause. Flag
no,
on
man.
the play. Flag on the play. No. Why are you hating on these women hustle? And wait, they're only getting $1,000?
It was just for example. Well, let me give you the premise of this show. This Fresh and Fit is a show where they teach men to not fall for the snares of women like Blue Jazz. You know what I mean?
I mean,
So they're giving them pointers on what not to do when they're dealing with a female like Blue Jazz herself.
I mean, that's fine and dandy. However,
And it's
they're
not
only-
hate. He's just letting them know
they're
not to
only
fall for that
getting-
snare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's still slighting their hustle. That's what that is. Like, and wait, I can't get past the $1,000. We're not gonna act like that $1,000. Is that a lot for you? What I mean, what is that the going rate?
No, they're just using that for an example. No, you found out, Doc.
I didn't know that was the minimal.
I just I can't. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Oh, man.
Hit the play button. Just hit the
Yeah.
play button. Hit it.
Yeah.
Live in a day and age now where like women are literally finessing guys left and right all day, every day, and it's like if you guys get
It's not
tricked,
finesse.
it's not finesse.
No, some men like gambling, some men like drinking, some men like women. And like I feel like those men who like women, those are the men that the women who want to be taken care of should be seeking. Like if you want to open up a casino, you should be seeking the men that like to gamble. If you want to sell drugs, seek the people that do drugs. You know what I mean? If you're a woman and you want to be taken care of, seek the men
who adore women
I ain't gonna
enough
lie.
to take care of them.
I blame the guys that are funding these arrangements because they're basically what's happening is they're funding all these women's lifestyle, and then it's like, okay, this is the new standard, and it's like, no, it's not. Hell no, it's not.
Yeah,
and the guys that gamble, they gamble to win, not gamble to lose money. So they're gambling to try to get sex.
I mean, whatever it is, it lights up the same, you know.
That's pretty funny, Chris.
Whatever it is, when they win and when the guy gets whatever he gets.
Pause. Man, listen, Linda. Wait. Bushada. Okay. So
you asked for this.
Let me help you
understand. So you're getting it.
Hold on, Doc. They get 10,000 views a night, so their fan base is huge. So a lot of the stuff that they're talking about is official.
Oh, I know. I see clients that are in this business. That's what I'm saying. So that's not the part that concerns me. What concerns me is that these guys are sitting here having this conversation with him with them, and they're like, I blame the guys that are funding these. I know what he meant to say. I know what he wanted to say. I'm with him. But
this is what the dating market is now. You know what I mean? So if you're going to the dating market with a old school divine type style, you're gonna drown. These women are gonna run circles around you suckers, man. You gotta be a savage like me, you know what I mean? Going for the kill in and out, you heard?
So wait, so is that to say that you as men you should just be single or just resort to sex in relationships with men?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you will
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. This Triple B, right, managed to get into a situation.
Yeah.
Cut off the relationship. Stop having sex with the guy that's funding her lifestyle, and still end up getting a home and a car. Yo, come on, that's crazy.
That's like dating. It's always been like that.
So now on this caliber, though.
Yeah, no, not on this caliber. This is something. This right here. This is something different. Their business plan is phenomenal. I gotta give it to him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but this is what my generation got to deal with, man. You know what I mean?
I know. I said that.
So now you have a perception on why I move the way I move. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
like,
no.
I'm not a savage for no reason.
No, I already knew what the underlying reason was. I just didn't think that they would take to a talk show on the internet and have an open conversation about this, considering the fan base is probably a part of the internet. I don't know, because they're eliciting substances through the internet. So he said, so my producer says, what screw day? And I'm asking the same question.
Oh, that's in Texas on DJ Screw. Rest in peace, rest in peace, DJ Screw. It's a Texas thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Oh my God. Like, I just have.
I mean, even still looking at her, she still don't look good to me. She's still a 7. Looking at her from this point of view, she's still 7 to me. She ain't
So I got a thing when I rate women. You have to be natural. Natural. So she's had a lot of work. I can't even start. Mm-hmm. So for me, when you're not a natural woman, then that puts you in the same position as transsexual women. So
Yeah. A lot of that plastic surgery it derives from the alphabet gang community. Yeah, you're right.
Of course, I'm
But yo, this is hold on. But this is the phenotype every rapper, ball player looks for. This is it.
I agree. But
Yeah, man.
it's a lot of interesting things going on behind the scenes. But I think this is my thing is this. I don't rate them in the same way that I would rate a natural woman that hasn't had any work. So that's kind of like my thing. So I can't even rate her. If you ask me to rate her against other trans women, Auntie Jackie, and I know that person personally. Felicity Noir. If you ask me to rate with these people that are trans women and beautiful in their own right, then I could definitely do that. And I would say in the trans community, I would probably rate her somewhere between a 5 and a 6. Yeah. Because she still got a nice, solid, beautiful face. And for the most part, that's natural. Her hair is kept, clean nails and hands and things like that. I think those things are important. And everything's at least falling in the right place. The only thing is that she's very young and then her breasts are already sagging and you've had this work. So, there are some things there at that age.
Hey, read on what you're going to do about it on a comment. There you have it.
Then they'll pick apart.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does pick apart mean?
What is that?
I like that pick apart. That's true.
Let's look at Stranger Talk's comment. That's a lot of words for me to read in the small print. It takes strong homes to prevent that being displayed from both sides. Ball payers, men. I totally agree. I totally agree. And like I said, I think that the Black community has normalized this. And not only the Black community, but everybody. And the crazy thing is that it was already a really normalized thing in European culture, in Spanish culture, even Finnish culture, Irish culture, Norwegian culture. The only places we didn't see it happening a whole lot was Western culture over here. And then it became Black people took over the thing because they started going to the Dominican Republic and it was way cheaper. It is way cheaper there. And then, because I have friends that have had work. Like I've had friends that, have used my body, my lips, all of me for a model for them. And when the work didn't turn out quite how they wanted it, and I'm like, well, you could have just worked at it. My physique is natural. It's hereditary. So,
but yo, that's just a new wave, doc. You know what I mean? These chicks are ready to go under the knife to I guess advance their aesthetics. You know what I mean? Because they know that has value. You know what I mean? Their aesthetics have value when it comes to fishing for the next sucker. You know what I mean?
Hey Rush, I actually could agree with you for us the dating market, how it's different now. Because when I finally entered back into the dating market, I not had the same traditional values in mind, but man, I went on a couple of meet and greets and dates, boy, and they finessed the hell out of me, bro. I ain't lying, out of some meals. And I didn't know the game back then until it happened to me. They woke me up.
The new wave now, yo, Mr. Urban Therapist, the new wave now is, you only take them out for coffee or happy hour. You know what I mean? Only time I'm going to take a chick out to dinner if I'm already invested in her. You know what I mean? She has to earn that from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Cause my experiences, I'm raised out of the traditional values, so I believe in paying for the meal and everything. But yeah, when I figured that out, what was going on,
you can't have that mentality. I'm gonna tell you why you can't have that mentality now. Because when you take her out to dinner, right, and she leaves you, she coming to a savage like me. You know what I mean? And I didn't even take her out. That's just how that works.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
But I don't see how you meet women. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Yo, Doc, man, you out the loop, man.
Very,
You out the loop. You don't know what's going down here in the underworld, man.
I'm
Yeah?
very confused. I'm very confused.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's
Now
different
hit that
from how
play
it was back
button.
in the day.
Hit that play button.
Yeah, hit that play button so I can wake up in these streets because I've been asleep. Let's go.
It lights up the same part of their brain. It's it's addiction. You know what I mean? So I just feel like if you're a woman and you want to be taken care of,
She's right
then you
about
go look
that.
for the person who has that addiction.
Okay, there you go. All right, yeah,
All
hey
right.
man, she's just playing the game.
Yeah, keep it
Just
real.
playing the game. Yeah, you guys are hearing it right here.
So super chats and then
Lord,
the video.
Okay. Oh, no, we read that already. Nah, don't need that. Insta just saying hi. Okay.
Okay.
Anthony Baker, pin season from these women. Okay.
And now we have new members in the chat.
New members in the
Oh,
chat.
captain season is what he said.
Mhm.
Okay,
Modded figures.
Modded fingers. Thank you so much. MP, Rafael Sode, Mr. Williams, Nicholas Johnson, MJ Skills. All right, let's play the video. Get into the reaction, guys. And we got 9,354
Guys,
live viewers
like
right
this
now,
video
guys.
or else.
We got 3.3K.
I
likes
swear to
on
God,
YouTube.
this will come on right now and they will all die of smell. Well, not die,
Yeah.
they'll probably faint.
We got families.
And look, it's more than Eddie Cream. So
Yeah, and
So we got the video within the video. Oh
What
man,
we're
we're
saying
doing
is that
great.
basically the amounts of effort given on the male side is not necessarily reciprocated on the female side.
Right.
I know that you were able to like kind of rationalize this and maybe he just feels good helping me out. No, men always deal with women to get some kind of sexual access. Period.
yeah.
Any guy that's in your friends in the friend zone, he's there because you put him there and he's waiting to get sex.
Deep
So
down.
let me ask you,
Pause.
something. You don't think that a man of high value
Pause. That's a lie.
Doc, you know this is true. Doc, you
That's
know
not-
that is true.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
We call those guys beta orbiters. You know what I mean?
No,
They're so
that's a
patient.
lie.
They're
That's a
so
lie.
patient.
Stop. Can't.
Listen,
So
Doc,
I mean, I
Doc,
know plenty
Doc,
of people
they did a
who
case study
have
on
male
this.
and
They did
female
a case
friends.
study on this.
They've never
And
had.
let me explain to you what they did.
Okay.
They brought on a bunch of attractive females on the show, right?
Mhm.
And they all had male friends, right?
Yeah.
They said the same thing you said, right?
Oh, wait.
They-
So the question is this: what age group were these women, and what country were they from? What's their background?
There's different varieties of type of females he had on there, young, old, but foremost they were fair, decent looking females. That's in the dating market, and they all had male friends.
And how
right?
long did you have these male friends for?
Oh, years. You know what I mean? And he said, "I bet you $1,000 if you call up your male friend right now and offer him sex, he's gonna take that deal." And they all said the same thing. You said, "Oh no, he'll never do that. He'll never come to agreement to that." Yada yada yada. They all did it, and every last one of those dudes agreed to have sex with him. You can look up the episode and watch.
Yeah, but that was those guys.
Man, all right, Doc. All right.
Some people don't feel that way. Some people are not. So some people get in relationships that are friendships with people because they're beneficial in another way.
Nah, they get in a relationship because they want to smash, Doc. A male cannot be friends with females, man.
Steve Harvey said.
If you get into a relationship right now, getting married right now, your husband would not approve of you being cool with a male best friend. It's not happening.
I don't think so. I think that, I mean, I've had people I've been friends with for 40, 45 years, people I've fought wars, been POW with.
And if he's cool with it, he's a sucker.
Together.
Yeah,
And-
man. If he's cool with it, he's just another sucker. You know, man.
No, it's just you bond in a different way with people. Do you know what it is to be a prisoner of war? Do you know what it is to be tortured? Somebody that's trying to kill you from a different country? Do you know what it is to be locked up in those particular type of conditions? How traumatizing that is and how bonding that experience is when you come that close to death. And then you just happen to find a way and the means to survive. Yeah, that's a bonding experience. So I have male friends that I've gone to war with, and we're still battle buddies. to
Well,
this day.
that's a different setting, Doc. That's a different
No,
setting.
it really isn't. We're still friends, though. They're
we're talking
single
about
men. I've been single.
That's a different setting and that's a different situation. You
It
can
really isn't.
you can't compare
really
that to this
It really is.
what they're talking about here.
Yeah, but no, not necessarily, because guess what? We're all retired now, and we're not in the military now, and we're still friends now. And we were friends in battles then. And we were not
that's a
sexually
different
active
situation.
then. Not really. It's still you choosing to be friends. So some people, like I said, make friends based off of mutual interests. If weaponry is your thing, if hand-to-hand combat is your thing, if jujitsu is your thing, if going to park dog watching, bird watching is your thing, and it's not your primary partner's thing, if you have a particular thing that you're into, but your partner isn't, but this is still something you're into and another person's there and they're into that. Some things, sometimes shared experiences, substance use, history, and what is that? Al-Anon. A lot of people connect there and they end up continuing to be friends. And believe me, the substance abuse community in a whole, that culture looks like people that are very risky in their sexuality. I mean, sexual interactions and things like that, typically at some point, but they don't become sexual and they remain accountable for one another. So friendships, when you use the word friend, not acquaintance, those are two different things. So I think that you guys in this culture have gotten in your mind that friends is anybody you come in contact with. That's a friend for you. Friends are people that you could call in your time of need, and those people will be there for you, like your brethren, right? So like your
the first setting you're talking about with friendships, how you guys bonded together, that's a totally different thing. Like I wouldn't even compare that to something so flimsy like
no, the word is
that to this to compare to compare that setting from being at war in the army and all that, and compare and the general public dealing with normal people. That's their life is out on the line.
Oh, wait, are we not normal people?
No,
are we not normal people?
No, the setting you're talking about is
the setting in which we're friends right now. We're all civilians. Nobody knows our history but one another.
Yeah, but you brought it up for an example, and I'm saying that
I brought it up for an example because I have at least 9 male friends.
Put it like this: the setting changes on how tangible that friendship is. Now, amongst normal civilians that's not at war, trying to dodge bullets and all that, like
hold on. I can't skip over this comment.
Hey, Rush. She was bringing up her their war situation because she's trying to establish where the friendship started at.
Yeah.
That's all she was doing. She wasn't making it to a reference to actually what you're talking about. That's all what it was.
My thing is friends can be friends, actual friends can start anywhere. And we were friends before we went to war. I mean, some of us we had met just in the, a couple of these units, but you know what I mean? I think that friendships come out of situations where there is a mutual vetted interest for a length of time and people have attenuated their energy to one another and had to depend on one another in a way that increased the trust they had between one another. So sometimes you don't have a choice but to be around somebody. And when that person proves to be as trustworthy or more trustworthy than the people that you've been raising your family with, because you know that when there are guns involved and there's rapid fire involved, if you're in the hood, because these people in the hood, y'all do it all the time. Y'all play fate wars all day, every day. So when there are guns involved, people typically run, hide, tuck, cover. You understand? They're not out there to defend you. They're not out there to watch your six. They're not out there to compromise theirs to watch yours. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about it. So that what I'm saying is that people develop friendships out of different situations, and there are different things even in civilian sector. that create places and spaces for people to come together. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you
I
can't
mean,
say if they continue to be friends.
I understand from that perspective, but within this day and age, it don't mean that. You know what I mean? Welcome to the underworld.
I disagree.
This is
So
what
I
we do.
disagree for a couple of reasons.
Like,
I'm talking about his comment. I disagree for a couple of reasons. Okay, when
yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not gonna come to an agreement with this, but I do understand your perspective, though. I really do.
Yeah, yeah. Rush. He's talking about from the one perspective of having standbys, like
those aren't friends. I said those are acquaintances. So that's a different thing.
No, I'm not talking about your actual friends, because when you actually have a real bond friendship, then yeah, they're not going to cross that boundary. So trying to have any type of sexual relationship with you, period. But however, just like what you stated earlier about associates, you have them associates who are considered standbys, where they be standing by and waiting until a certain moment happen in your life where they could go and slip on in.
Now, I agree with that. I do agree with that, but that's why I said the term friend is used loosely. Like when they say friends with benefits, I say the same thing to my sons because they got this whole thing now.
Yeah, I mean, the disconnect is the generation type thing. Because before you watched this video, you had no idea where I was coming from or why I'm such a savage. You know what I mean?
No. I knew exactly where you was coming from. I told you I am a therapist for several people who are escorts, sex workers, IG models. I have a lot of clients that are very high earning people, and these are the areas that they work in. Doctors, lawyers, sex, everything under the sun. Therapy is universal. We don't choose your occupation. We're not judging. So I know a lot about the intricacies of these women and the way that they operate, but they would never, none of the clients I know I deal with, but their price is a lot higher too. They would never get on a platform and publicly disclose that, hey, I'm targeting you.
But I told you earlier on that this female's not that bright. I guess now you understand.
I see.
She's not that bright. You know what I mean?
I see. She's very smart as far as her business plan. Her business plan is solid because she's right. If you wanna target people who are going to do the things that you want them to do, then you have to be in a certain market. I think it's the same as if I had to talk about my dating exposure that was limited in between the time, very small time I was single. I think that like it's a lot of stuff that I saw with people, friends of mine and associates of mine, and their dating experiences that were very, very different from me. And I was like, I'm scared to get out there because I don't think that I could date anybody in America. Okay. But ultimately, the vast majority of people that I talk to before meeting out and going on a date, because my elimination process is very, very tedious. By the time I was on a date with any man, I never had any issues whatsoever. I never was in the company of a man that was not worthy of a seat at the table. He may not have been worthy of moving things to the next level, going steady, second date or whatever, but the ones I sat with were good high potential. Let's put it like that. I didn't have no issues. I never ran into a guy that was so traumatized about, his interactions with women that he was tight or tight on funds or, without honoring my traditions and culture and things, without curiosity. And I just never had those issues. So my personal experiences in life have just never yielded that kind of dude. Just has it. I gotta say that. Well, no, there was this one guy, he was just like, he was offended because I put the $100 on the table and walked out and left him because he just was complaining from the moment I got there. He was complaining because I had to take a patient's call at the last minute to step out for like 5 minutes for the call. He was just too much. He had flown in from Florida for the date though. So I could kind of get his frustration with my 5 minutes stepping away. Who knows? who knows? but you know, for me, I'm just not there for that. I'm not a negative energy person, and so if you got negative energy and you feel like my patient's crisis is less important than you sitting down having a conversation with me, and you have me for the next hour or two, right? So yeah, no. So it is what it is. It says,
I mean, there's silence because this is the third dude you mentioned.
Yeah.
That was like a word.
Well, acting weird, like what? He was acting a lot different. But he's actually somebody I ended up on a date with. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the crazy thing, I had eliminated him first. I told you I got a hard process, but then I eliminated him. And that's when I learned that black men will bully you into a date. I'm like, what in the world is going on here?
Or you had them on standby.
No.
Like I said earlier.
I eliminate people real quick. You never even get my phone number. What are you talking about? So like my staff in there, they were like, well, maybe he's really worth it. Maybe he's really worth it. He's making a good point. You didn't give him a chance. You automatically said he wasn't qualified, blah, blah, blah.
How did he get back in contact with you?
He got
disqualified. His number.
We were on the dating app. So, you don't get my number. No, we're on a dating app. But so I didn't know how to work it. So like my assistant, she was really working it or whatever. And she would ask the basic questions for me for the most part then. And I don't do guys that smoke. And he said he smokes cigars once a year at New Year's or something.
And that was your deal breaker?
Yeah. Deal breaker is for smoking of any type, period, at all, at any point in the future, present, all that. So anti-smoking. I have severe allergies and
you wasn't attracted to him. You wasn't attracted to him, Doc.
I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. So I don't look at aesthetics first. So I never even saw him because I don't know how to click on the profiles on there. I didn't see him until the day I met him on the date. Because like during this conversation, he kind of knew what I do for a profession or whatever, but and he knew that I mapped out that time because he had asked me, he was like, well, if you're serious about dating, and that's why I'm telling you, that was the first time I was ever bullied in my life. Like my first husband was laughing at me. He was like, we should just get remarried because obviously you don't even know how to do this. But no, that's a whole nother story. Like I was like, I don't know what
Did he have that disclaimer on the app though? Say that he smoked?
No, he said he was non-smoker, no drug use, and those are things for me, that are a non-negotiable. I can't believe him. I'm 70. Oh, you hurt my feelings. But no, like this is crazy because like for me, I was telling him, I was like, yeah, I just don't do smokers. So tell him no, but he can, good luck on his search. So that's what she did. He came back all aggressive, rah, all caps and all that stuff. And I'm like, is he angry? God, that's terrible. But I'm cutting this part out when I post this. But literally, I was just like so shocked that he was so angry. He was just like, I think you're a catfish. You're not you. You can't be you. You can't be this beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And then be, what did he say? I was an asshole or something like that. Whatever. He was like, if it's you, I'm willing to get on a plane right now and head to Atlanta and I'll take you wherever you want to go. You name the place. I was like, well, you smoke. So that's still a no. He was like, well, I won't smoke anymore. It's just one cigar to like with my frat brothers, blah, 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 once a year. I can make that sacrifice. And I'm like, well, I don't do guys that make sacrifices to be in a relationship. Like for my non-negotiables, it just has to be you naturally. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to change anybody. I want to.
You wasn't feeling him. Just say that.
No, I wasn't. And when I met him in person, he was like super fine. God, I hope he don't see this video. I'm deleting this part out. I'm gonna figure that out. But he was very nice looking. Like everything was very, very well put together.
That's extremely petty to eliminate
But I
that dude
couldn't.
because he only smoked once a year. I
Well,
don't understand every single day, but once a year, man, that's petty.
I know, I feel you, but no, I can't. I have kids that have issues with, lung issues, and then I also
I mean, obviously he's not going to smoke around your kids, but yeah, just say he wasn't feeling him. It makes more sense.
No, I can't because I didn't know enough about him. So my process online doesn't really allow me to have any conversations whatsoever until we get to the table, if we do that. Because I'm about eliminating people online. There's too many people sending you messages. So if you've gotten to the point to where I'm like, okay, here's my number, that means you've met those basic non-negotiables, and it's possible that we're going to have a good dialogue on a date, and maybe we're going to move to the next level and stuff like that. And so he just wasn't it. I just didn't like that, the complaining. Like, I sat down and I tried to give him some time to get it out because, I know you may be frustrated, but I'm an entire doctor. I literally just canceled 3 patients in a row to be able to be at this appointment with you. You know what I mean? And so I can't help it if a person has a crisis.
Appointment or date?
What happened?
Was it an appointment or a date?
I canceled appointments. I was at the office seeing patients during the day.
Okay, so you canceled an appointment to go have your date with the gentleman. Okay.
Yeah, I had to, because you need 3 hours. You need travel time. This is Atlanta. So I canceled 3 appointments so that I could be on that date, because that's when he said we would have the time. I let the man lead. So you told me to pick the place. You tell me what time you want me to be there, and then I'll make it happen. He was like, well, you're in a private practice, so I don't know if you're going to be able to make it. I was like, I'll make it happen. Just let me know when you want me to be there, if you're so passionate about it. And so he was like, well, my flight will be there, blah, blah, blah. It's going to take the Uber driver this long to get me there. So, bam. When I got there, I messaged him on the app again to let him know that I was there and I was coming in. And then I got the call. As I was walking through the door, because he got there like a couple of minutes before me, and I'm walking in the door and I got the call. I had to step back out. So then I messaged him on the app again saying, hey, I had a patient call. They have a crisis. Give me a sec. I'm coming in. I'm going to hand it off to another clinician. And so 5 minutes passed, literally 5 minutes, walk in the door. And I told him he could go ahead and get the table. Instead, he decided to sit at the bar. It was just too much. He wanted to sit at the bar because he really felt like he was being catfished. And then when I walked through the door, he's like, man, you're gorgeous. Like, oh my God, like your pictures don't do you justice. Let's sit down. Let's eat. Let's get the table. So why didn't you just get the table before so we could have time? And now you're waiting to get the table, and that's taken away from the time. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking to myself. But I was like, okay, fine. If I got to cancel another appointment or 2 or cancel today, then I'll do it if things are good. So we sit down to have lunch, and he's like, why would you pick this place? Like, why wouldn't you pick something more expensive? First complaint. Because I don't know about you. And you know what I mean? I feel like you bullied me into this last minute. So I'm just doing what I know works last minute. You know what I mean? In the middle of the day. And so he continues to complain. I can't believe that is so rude of you. Like, that is so rude of you to keep a man waiting. Like, a man is your king. You don't know that? Like, I'm a black king. Look at me. And I'm like, okay. All right. Well, yeah. You're something. So, like, how's your day going? You know what I'm saying? Because I just was trying to lighten up the mood. And you got to understand, like, for me, this is like really one of my first dates, because I was still trying to prepare myself to date, because, private practice is hard. So you work a lot. You know what I mean? So I was intentionally single for a length of time to just focus on the work and the kids and family and stuff. So yeah, it was just too much. But I was just sitting there and I was just like, I cannot believe I just canceled patients for you. Like, Literally. And I'm looking at my clock. He still was complaining about a good 30 minutes. Still complaining. The lady came back the next time and she was like, whoa, are you guys ready to order? And I said, you know what? Can you cancel the bottle of wine and can we just not order? And then I was like, here, whatever he wants to eat. I gave her $100. I said, this will cover his food and whatever he orders. So I was like, it was really nice coming here to look at you and all that good stuff, but I'm just going to go. And then he got in the whole little man thing. What did he say? He was like, so you're going to embarrass me. You're going to insult me. You're going to insult me and pull your money out. Like your money is better than my money and all this extra. I'm like, who is talking? Are you responding to external stimuli, dude? Like I never said that. Just let me go. I'm not into confrontation in this restaurant with these people looking at us and you're loud now? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. And I'm definitely not about to argue with a man. Like, what's wrong with you?
So it's all hey Rush, it's all making sense now.
I ran.
This will really happen.
I ain't mad.
She ended up going out on a date with Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was cutting up. And so Kevin Samuels wasted her time, and that's why she's having this whole podcast about Kevin Samuels.
He wasn't that bad. Kevin Samuels, first of all.
Now it makes sense.
Now, look, dude.
I mean, I got it.
Hold on. Now, he was a lot better looking than Kevin Samuels, a lot taller. You know what I mean? He was a whole different level. So he just had some issues. Because even when he kept like messaging me back and I blocked him and he went and made another thing and all this extra stuff, like I just don't do that. Like that's just weird for me. Like it was just weird. So I just like he made another page and he was just like, I was having a bad day, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. Have a good day. I hope you find what you're looking for. I don't want you coming and taking your bad day out on me with all that negative energy. Who knows how many other bad days you're gonna have.
What online dating app you was using?
POF.
Oh, good.
Oh,
don't use
man,
POF.
bottom feeding. Oh man.
Why did you go on POF?
Somebody at the hospital, one of the nurses was like, Dr. J, you're just so gorgeous. You need to find a man. Like, yeah, just stuff. And it, you know what I mean? They made the profile. I thought I'd entertain it because I'm like, I'm really seated comfortably and being single at this point in my life. And
you Dr. J, you didn't know POF is the official site just to smash, and that's it. That's all it's for.
That's what my son told me afterwards. I was like, no wonder they were feeling some way when I was like, because there were a couple of other guys that I had met, and they were just like, so wait, you don't have sex at all? Like at all, or like until we get? I was like, are you my husband? Like, no, of course not.
I learned that the hard way too. When I was on POF a long time ago,
man,
the women was looking at me crazy because they were so used of the norm for a man to try to have sex with them, and they was looking forward to having sex. And I was trying to get to know them.
I'm telling you, because I was like, this dude cannot be serious. Like I had dudes ask me, how much is it gonna take? I'll give you $5,000. I'm like, for what? For what? What is he talking about? That's what my son told me. He was just like, Mom, yeah, just don't. Because no. He's like, you're ancient. You're a dinosaur. Like, oh my God. Why don't you just go back and remarry Dad? He's asked us 1,000 times. I was like, cuz I just don't want to. Like, quit bullying me. Like, just, that's my biggest thing. Everybody's bullying me into doing stuff. But I definitely wasn't ready to date then. I'm gonna be honest. Like, when I look back on it, because I'm such an organized person when it comes to movements, and then seeing what the atmosphere for dating looks like in these ages. Of course, that was before coronavirus and stuff. But for me, it was It was crazy. I think I just felt like I was being punked a lot of times by my kids. I really thought that that's what they were doing to me because, like, I was like, I'm just waiting for the cameras to come out.
Did one of your kids set up POF for you, or you did that on your own?
One of the girls that work at the hospital, she did it. One of the nurse, she's a nurse, NP, nurse practitioner.
She must be young.
Yeah, she's about she's around my daughter, about 32, 33. Yeah. But she said that she had been on there. She met some nice guys. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I met the guys that I've gone on a date with outside of that crazy one, and the one that was like super narcissistic, the one who first put me on the Kevin Samuels. I'm not gonna take anything away from him though, because at least he was, he was a decent dude as far as some of the things, but it's just too misogynistic. He was funny to observe.
So did you have to paid membership on POF, where the dudes have to have the paid membership in order to view your profile?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, sure. You get off a pill.
I only had
you's better off either on Christian Mingle or Match or something.
I didn't know anything about any of that. I didn't know anything about any of that, I didn't even believe dating on the line was a thing. I was like,
that's the new wave.
That's not even a thing. Like for me, I was like, that's impossible. These are not the real people. It's just like that show Catfish. Like I swear. And then when I got catfish with the one dude, I learned my lesson. He sent me pictures of a tall, light-skinned, brown, guy, light brown skin guy, low haircut, green eyes, ripped, all that good stuff, right? Said that he was, 61? And beautiful full beard and all that good stuff. He had everything going on, right? And then we met in person. I'm not gonna say. I can't. That's too embarrassing. I'm not putting it out there. Y'all are not gonna
I got catfished a couple of times, but when you was mentioning about the bar pour, that I was laughing about that because that's exactly was my own move that I do. I set the bar first just to see if it's the person who's supposed to be coming in.
What?
Well, I mean, that's why you FaceTime them before you actually meet up. Like,
see, that's what I learned. I learned that from the being catfish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
even with the FaceTime, sometimes they'll have their representative answer their FaceTime call.
Oh my God. I think that's what happened to Cal when he got catfished. He did, because he said that a female answered the door that looked like the one that he had met online. Because we had it was a whole conversation we had about these things. Okay, said a female answered the door that looked like the female that he was messaging and everything, and then was like, "Oh, she's around the back. You got to go around the back." And he's expecting to go on a date, right? He's there to pick this woman up per their conversation, and he knocks on the door and she pulls him in and into a basement, and it was all dark. You can't make this stuff up.
But now this is my playbook. This is what I do. I tell her that I'm gonna order a table, right, and have a table already ready. Then I let the hostess know that we're gonna set this table. So once when they get the table set up and I'll be there early, I go to the bar, the table we already set up. The hostess bring them to the table, and that way I can see them. if they don't look exactly like how they're supposed to look, I just gonna set the bar the whole time. I set the bar for like about 20 minutes to let them sit there.
Maybe that was his plan, but like when I came through the door, that's when he was just like, oh, let me get that for you. Like you just all that extra stuff. Girl, let me tell you, yes, the basement. He was scared too. He was scared. He was like, whoa, what we doing? He was like, he said, I hit the fake phone call on. I was like, can I go to the bathroom? He had to be out there, okay? He had to be out of there. But yeah, Like I couldn't stop laughing because it was just hilarious to me. It literally was. Like, but yeah. But so play the rest of it. I want to see what these young ladies have to say before we close out, because this is crazy.
Okie dokie. Try to get through much as possible because it's long. Hold up.
Do they hold her accountable?
You know what I mean?
Man, I don't know. We rolling with it. Rush, you say he's supposed to be checking her, right? When he gonna check her?
It's coming up soon.
What's the word? Like a duty to service their community, especially to the women in which they love to indulge in, multiple of them, especially if they have all these resources and things like that to help. You know what I mean? These type of women. Like if I was to be, and I'm a little bit alpha, you know what I mean? So I think like this, like
no, you're just masculine.
Yeah, but not with my man. But me and my friends, like we trick on each other. Like if I see a Christian Dior shoe, hey girl, do you like this shoe? Because I know that's my girl. You know what I mean? So imagine if I was to have so much money and to meet other women, or you know what I mean? Obviously, I wouldn't help a man like that. But women, I feel like
no merch.
You know what I mean?
All right, let's play the video.
We're the weakest. We're the weaker link. Period. And you guys say that all the time. Like you say it.
No.
So
Simply
it's like,
put, you're. I know you don't like using the term finesse, but you are finessing this man. Period. Like you can say that because his end, like you guys got in a relationship, so clearly there's a romantic underlying sense in that relationship. You provided him a benefit, sexual access and assistance. He provided you a benefit, stability and security. You ceased to provide that sexual access and romance, but he's continuing to provide you security and provisioning. So he is, by virtue of what's going on right now, getting finessed. You don't like it because it makes it sound bad that you're finessing him.
I don't feel like
but
I'm
you
finesse.
are.
I think every case is
Hold
different.
on. What you feel in reality are two different things.
The reality is that this it's just I don't want to put the person.
It's
Let's say someone has had so much sex with so many different women that sex
That's
isn't
irrelevant.
even. They don't even give a fuck about sex.
I told you guys. I told you guys.
They've fucked so many girls like for years that is not even what they don't care.
Jazz, you're missing the point. Like
the point is that sex isn't a benefit.
No. That's fine. That's fine. But regardless of how you feel about it or whatever, the facts are this. He's continuing to provide you the same exact benefits that were entered under the presumption of a romantic relationship, while you're simultaneously not giving him what was provided in that relationship, while still getting the benefits of what he's providing, and you're not adhering to your roles when you guys got into a relationship. So whether you like the word or not, you are finessing him. Him and his needs for sex or whatever are irrelevant. On common sense, you take this in front of most people on a balance of probabilities, they're gonna be like, yeah, this dude's getting finessed. What the fuck?
And Jazz,
what's going on?
But if you watch the whole clip,
Jazz,
just wait. If you watch the whole clip, when I got my apartment, we were already in that space that was like, you're doing your own thing, I'm doing my own thing, and so it was gifted.
But Jazz, how would you feel, right, if you were still fucking him and you stopped paying everything?
If what?
Okay, let's say you were still smashing him, right? How would you feel if he just stopped paying everything? How would you feel?
I don't understand.
So
exactly.
No, understand this, right? I'll break it down. Let's say, put it in reverse. You're the one giving him sex, and he doesn't pay shit. How
when
would
he
you
used
feel?
to pay,
Yeah, when he used to pay
for everything.
How would you feel?
Like he doesn't love me. And like he doesn't care about me. Like he doesn't care about me.
Imagine how he feels now.
I mean, it's been 2 years. He's still paying. I don't know.
Okay.
See, okay.
Well, I feel like there's a difference between finesse. Like, okay, so when you
exactly.
No, listen. Hear me out. If you're gonna say finesse, I feel like that's with you blindly leading him on doing something malicious. I don't think that if he is going out of his good heart, like just helping her out, that's not finessing. That's him trying to be, doing the nice thing. If that's his choice, that's his choice. But finesse is to blindly lead someone or maliciously with an intent to do something that's not positive, or to steal from him, or to make him think that he's going to get something when he's not, and you're getting these things. If you're being transparent, you're being completely honest, and he's still giving you these things out of the goodness of his heart, that's not finessing.
But deep down,
or maybe the fear of having his shit destroyed.
Yeah, but deep down, you
said that you ain't gonna give him his stuff back.
Well, I said that in pushback because they were like, and what if you were in this situation? And I'm hood. Like, no, you're not taking my shit back. Period. That's not the case in my situation.
The video.
But if that was,
all right, let's play the video.
Yeah,
let's play the
video. Yeah, man.
Before he
Good
played-
Lord, man.
You know,
This is
guys,
hilarious.
I'm really still confused as to why this even went viral, like how it did. I'm
Because,
like, what?
Because it's crazy
the
that
fuck?
that he's still providing you the same benefits under which you got into the
Is
relationship
it really
while
that
you're not
crazy?
while you're not
Or he's
providing
just
your benefits.
praying
Let's
that
watch
one
the
day
video,
you
please,
come-
and
Yeah.
then we'll
I mean, you're
let everyone
lucky.
see it real quick, and then we'll just like go from there. So yeah, because this is
So is he playing what is he
before
playing?
and put me in a loft space and, you know, set my whole life up differently than what.
Oh, this is what
He's playing the actual interview.
This is what Kevin
The actual.
responded to.
Yeah. Well, like this is the interview she had with 8 in the table.
Right, but this
they
is also
only played a few minutes of it, like a few seconds of it.
wait, what I was
It was
saying is that
normally-
this is also the one that Kevin Samuels, that's why he had her.
Yeah, because of what the statement she said on the 8 in the table. That's why she was getting interviewed by Kevin Samuel.
But one sec, let me clarify this comment real quick. Stranger Talk Live. So I think that she was trying to refer to the alpha female by being a woman who leads. So alpha in the positions of leadership and understanding human behavior between the sexes that relate in the same way. And I say sexes that relate in the same way because some women are not the same orientation or gender identification as to how they see themselves as a woman, right? So an alpha woman is successful, typically a leader in business, and because she is a successful woman and she's a leader naturally in her environment amongst other women and things like that, and people admire her, that typically cause issues because she has a problem with the way that she conducts herself in relationships with men or other women if she's, lesbian. Because sometimes it could lead to, difficulty with communication and stuff like that because they don't necessarily want to ever hear the the points, the perspectives of the person that they're in a relationship because they feel like because they're, so successful sometimes, that energy can be sometimes toxic. But it doesn't mean that it's necessarily masculine energy. She can sometimes struggle in her relationships though because of that success. So sometimes that success can go to her head. Now I'm not sure how educated real world experience or whatever this young lady has, but she does have a solid business plan. And she does have a pretty great understanding. And some of the things that I already said earlier that maybe you guys missed or didn't understand, like not all men, I know that there is a general assumption that men are all out to get sex. But the reality is some men's parts no longer work and respond to be able to even engage in sex, and having an alternative chemical enter into the body isn't even an option for them. So sometimes it's just more or less about them achieving autonomy. So a lot of men still have the mind frame that they're out here to provide and they've not achieved, where they wanted to be. A woman with a ready-made family, she's got a kid. She might be goals for him. That made him maybe feel more secure in his sense of self or where he is in life. But I want to hear this original interview too. So let's go, hit play.
And I feel like if you brought me to like this level, and then we didn't work out, but we're still friends, we didn't have beef and no one cheated. It was just didn't work out.
You have fair use, though.
fair use. Good.
But I still I wasn't going to move from my space because it didn't work out. I wasn't going to give him back my car because I'm not going to downgrade my lifestyle because me and you are no longer together. And I just feel like if you put me in this space and that was under your budget, then what's the difference now? You know what I mean?
You were my girlfriend. I was fucking you.
Yeah, but I was fucking
you.
just feel, but I personally feel like no.
I'm not moving.
Well, I've seen this video.
I have seen it too. I was like, she looks
I
so
didn't know that was
familiar.
you.
I know. I knew you looked
Jazz,
familiar.
when she said that to you, how did you feel? When she said,
Well, I didn't feel it obviously wasn't my personal situation, but I felt, like I had to bring the hood out of me. Like, well, I'm not gonna give you your shit back. You're gonna get it back in blood. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
Come get it back in blood. But like I said, that wasn't the situation, so that's not something that I'm actively doing to somebody. But if that was the situation and somebody was to be like, no, you gotta go, like, you're trying to do me grimy right now, so I'm like, what? No, get it back in blood, sweetie.
So you're admitting to stealing from him because getting it back in blood.
No, in this moment, no. But I'm admitting that I am the type that I would have put in the situation that I had to for myself, because you know what I mean. At that point, you don't care about my well-being. I have to care about my well-being, so I'm gonna put myself first in that situation.
So in other words, you gave me something, and
self-preservation.
You got to get it back in blood.
No, you gave me something, and now you're being an Indian giver, so get it back in blood.
I heard that a long time. Fair use.
But see, what he did was this though. He gave you the upgrade, but part of that upgrade is because you're with me.
Yeah.
You understand? So let me just go though. So we didn't work out, me and you did.
Pause real quick.
Me? So I'm.
Nigga said, "Let me go though."
Right.
Let me go real quick. All right, go ahead. Drake. So Drake.
Wait. Who gave Mr. Beijing the mic? No, Mr. Beijing. Here, let me go though. You shut up. Let me Kevin Samuels you. You're gonna learn today. Let's go.
Now I get it. You're a true boss if you do that, and that's the vibe we're getting.
No, you are not, guys.
Jazz,
No, it's just I'm not moving, and you're gonna have to
if
deal
you
with
want
it.
to stay
Either way, you have to
upgraded,
pay
stay with
it.
me. If not, go see what's out there.
Oh, so then if that's the case, so you want me to stay with you for these items and use
women
you
do.
basically.
So what?
Which is what women do. They'll stay with someone for the money and the lifestyle, and I'm not that. You know, I'm very transparent in how I feel. So if it's just not there, it's not there. I'm not going to stay with you for what you have, but you're going to give me, you know, the proper time period. Or do you want me to pretend for that proper time period until I get that shit incorrect? You know what I mean? And which is what most women would do. Most women are going to have it in the back of their mind and they're going to fake it. You know what I mean? And I'm going to stay with this. I'm not that. Like, I'm very raw and straightforward. And if you're going to snatch something from me, you're going to have to come really snatch it.
I wouldn't say snatching when it gave it to you. And it's theirs.
Wait, hold on. I got a question.
If you gave it to me, then why are you trying to take it back?
What about Quavo and Sweetie? What do you think about that?
I think the only reason why I think it's different is because she's.
Pause. So, okay. Let me this is my problem. A gift is a gift. Okay? And this is the reality. Men cannot play this game if you are not ready to play this game. The man that she's with is clearly the man who's ready to play the game. So other men that are not in his position, that don't have his type of money, who don't have his type of mindset, do not have the position or authority to weigh in on what he should or should be doing. So Kevin Samuels, he stepped into lava right there. And that's my biggest problem with him. Like, that's where he messed up, because he created this massacre. And he walked right in the middle of the line of fire on both sides. He allowed this lady to come on this show, seeing that she had validity in her point. This dude never is asking for her to leave or go anywhere. He's still currently paying for where she's living, and she's got a new man. He is that guy. And I can't say that it's it's a few guys out there like him, because every guy that has ever bought me anything, period, every guy they've never asked for it back. And even when I've tried to give it back, they forced it back on me. A gift is a gift. I think that we're dealing with a different breed of man now, though. I think that that's the problem. Like, these men are kids that never matured through understanding that when you give something, you give it freely and from your heart, because it means something in that moment and in that moment only. So when you gift, you can't part gift. And I don't understand how this man bought her this car. You know, when my ex bought me my Escalade, do you think that he came and he was like, you know what, this is on a lease? It's on the lease. So you're gonna lease it for this amount of time. Like, he saw, I pointed it out. I was like, oh, I want that. Oh my God, it's so pretty. I don't even drive. Okay. I want it. Oh my God, I just gotta have it. Next time I came back to America, he had it waiting. Keys in hand, paid for. All upgrades, all that. So, and this is us dating. He never asked for it back because it was a gift. Like, I don't understand the mindsets of these men. You guys are some different guys. Y'all some, man, good God. Like, and I wouldn't ask for any gifts that I bought my man back. That's just so crazy. That's so who you gonna give it to? Who are you gonna give the gift that you had for another woman to? That's like saying after you get a divorce, you want the ring back. Y'all them type of dudes, huh? Y'all them. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't tell me the manosphere out here.
So we're gonna get it back so we can pawn it at the pawn shop, get our money back. What you talking about?
you pawn it at the pawn shop, you're not gonna get your money back. They're gonna cheat you out of life like you already been cheated out of life.
But we need some type of percentage back.
Oh my God!
Some type of percentage back.
You said so. You got you got your worth out of it. It bought you the time you needed.
Mm-hmm. Reclaiming our time.
Like, oh my God, the way it's a little car. This is crazy. I don't get it because like for me, I'm trying to understand the mindset that says that I'm gonna give you something, but if you don't like me no more, pendejo, I want it back now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If we could get interest on it, we want interest too.
Stranger Talk says a gift is a gift, no take backs.
This ain't no elementary school.
Liz, I'm telling you, you can't be out here being a whole Indian giver. Good God, that is so crazy to me. Like,
so you better give me my Escalade back.
And look,
so I could take it and
he could have had it.
Get my money back.
He could have had it once I wrecked it. Okay. Look, I'm like her. He can give it in blood.
No, that's okay. You could wreck the Escalade. I'll make sure that I was on the insurance policy so we could get that money back.
He signed when he bought that thing, he bought it cash and he put it in my name. He signed the title over to me and everything. When it came in the mail, it was nothing. Like we were broken up in like,
oh man, ultimate
like
simp.
4 weeks after that, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. We were no longer dating about 5 weeks after that because I got a long-term assignment in Germany. And I was like, I was no longer coming back to America for at least 20 months. So I was just like, we ain't doing that. but he was broken. But at the end of the day, I was like, you want your car back? He was like, no, babe, that's for you. Like, I'm gonna be here when you come back. Okay, well, whatever. Like, I'm not gonna, that's one I didn't argue with. Okay, but there is only one thing that I argued with the guy and tried to get back, and that was that $100,000 engagement ring. Because I knew that he, I knew he worked really hard, to save the money up and things like that, and I just didn't feel like that was right. And I knew I didn't want to be with him. And we weren't even together at the time. You see what I'm saying? When he tried to make the big proposal and all that extra stuff, you did all this for what? No, you're not even my boyfriend right now. So no. Are you serious right now? Yeah. You got all these people looking and now I'm embarrassed. And so are you. Get up. So I mean, it is what it is. So I feel like, it's on the woman. I think that when Kevin Samuels asked her about what was right, because we're talking about an apartment and a car, I'm going to say that because she has a child, he should do the right thing, give her advance notice. But I don't know how I feel about her having another dude in there, though. And like she still ain't paying nothing. Like, is she paying the bills at least? Like,
no, we doing the ultimate simp move right here. Like, for what?
He said
he ain't getting nothing out of that. Like, nothing.
He is getting something. See, that's what I'm saying.
She's not paying no bills. Her and current boyfriend, their plan is to save up as much as money until the lease is out.
I can't.
Yep, there you have it.
I can't. I can't support that. I can't support. I just can't. I can't. I was trying so hard to play devil's advocate for this young lady. I tried the whole show, but so I can't do that. Like you can't. No, that's morally wrong. For a long period of time, that's morally wrong. If it's a short period of time and you guys are looking for a place, still haven't found a place because of COVID, that's kind of different. But
yeah, it's been 2 years, Doc.
No, it's just been 2 years.
She's been living rent free for 2 years straight.
Well, no, she hadn't had sex with him in like 4 years. I mean, she's been living rent free. Period.
Living rent free for 2 years.
Well, she was rent free before that. What do you mean? Oh, you mean at this apartment? Because she said he upgraded her.
Right. And she hasn't been paying nothing for 2 years straight.
She wasn't paying anything the first of the 6. That's what I'm saying. He's been paying her bills from day one.
Yeah, I know.
He just upgraded her to the loft and bought her the car. But I mean, he's shit. What is he gonna do with the property? What is he gonna do with the property? It's illegal to have things get cut off and have nobody there, abandoning the property. He got to have somebody there. What, he gonna give it to the next girl? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Man, this is crazy. Take the other one over there. He don't have no other one. His penis doesn't work.
Entertain somebody.
Entertain somebody. Have frat parties.
So he better want to get some Blue Chew.
Good God. Ain't nothing. That is a cooked, overdone noodle.
You see how you clowning the sponsor, right? You know that's some sucker shit he's doing, right?
I think he's doing the honorable thing. But
he is sucker. But I understand.
Honorable are not.
I understand why he's doing it because it's less of a headache. You might as well just pay it off till the lease is out. I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
Still, yeah.
Because at the end of the day, and this is a lease, I think that he made a poor decision to lease a car for the woman as a gift. To me, that was a poor decision. He made a poor decision to lease a property for her to live in when he could have invested that money in a small house for her and her son, if that's what he was going for. And he could have furnished it and everything for the price that he's paying for that there. So I think that he made poor financial decisions, but he got money to play with, obviously. So it is what it is. So
well, if he got the money to play with, then
yeah,
he could just easily just break the lease. Don't pay it all, then and let them get evicted. Then all you gotta do is pay the cost.
No, that affects your credit. I wouldn't do that.
He got money. He could get his credit fixed.
Well, no, it doesn't. If okay, so if we're looking at how much money he would be out of by letting them get evicted and breaking the lease early, he could let them get evicted and still pay all the money owed and it not hit his credit. He could
exactly.
Yeah, so he could definitely do that. That's an option, but I don't think that he wants.
Yeah, but that takes time and effort, which he probably doesn't have. But it's whatever the case is, that he got played. He got played like a fiddle.
He didn't get played. I don't agree with him getting played. I think he's doing what he wants to do. I told you a black man can't be swayed to do anything. A black man's gonna do what he wants to do. Matter of fact, most men, not just black men, most men are gonna do what they want to do. They do it because they have their agenda. So his agenda may not be the same as you guys, and you guys are thinking about sex. Right. Exactly. So some men don't have the same aspirations as others. I don't know what his aspiration is. Like you said, one of you said you might just want a pretty girl on his arm. Yeah, it's not.
Well, that goes to Old saying, you got to pay the cost to be the boss.
Kevin Sams, I'm gonna need you to do a better job, sir. Do a better job, sir.
Well, I think Fresh and Fit, they're doing a great job by letting her know what she's doing is wrong. And Mild, which is the Middle Eastern looking guy, he's been assertive the whole time. He's been interviewing her.
Well, I think that I think that he is a good Kevin Samuels in this situation because he's talking about facts, but they're not facts. They're only facts for him. When he said no numbers with it, they only facts for him that she's wrong. Because the reality is, if she was really wrong, the man wouldn't be continuing to pay. He's not paying because she told him not.
The disconnect you have with us in this situation is a generational thing. You know what I mean? Which is, it makes sense now that we will never come to an agreement on who's right and who's wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not about right and wrong for me. It's right and wrong is subjective. I think about pragmatics.
Well, I think what she did was wrong. You know what I mean? you got women like this prey on suckers like this all the time. You know what I mean?
I mean, one could argue that it's immoral, but there is no universal right or wrong. So, because for him, that's what I'm telling you. You got to understand. You as a man right now are judging him as a man and his actions, and his money don't care what you think. So for him, he's doing what he wants to do because he has the ability to do it.
It's not about the money, man. To me, it's the principle behind that. I mean, for you. See, where I'm from, hold on, let me finish. Where I'm from, when people do evil acts like that, they get handled for that fucked up accountability. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think that you keep saying that she's doing an evil act. The guy isn't complaining. So the guy is financing her. He hasn't threatened to put her out. He didn't ask her to leave. None of that. So he has no problem with this. So it's no right or wrong.
Right.
Even swap ain't no swindle. So whatever it is that he is doing this for her for, right?
Nah, I'm a principle kind of man. You violate me, man. You gonna have hell to pay. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're not hearing me. So I get what you're saying. If she were violating him, that means she would be doing something that goes against what he feels is right. The fact that he's still paying says that he doesn't feel like she's violating him. He's not paying because she told him to. He's paying because that's what he wants to do. So if he wants to continue to finance this young lady, there may be something there. There may be a point of contention. He might have an end game. I don't know what that end game is. But obviously, he has an end game, whatever that thing is. You see what I'm saying? So if this argument was, this guy asked me to leave the property where he's paying for me and my son to live, right?
And boyfriend.
You said what? Yeah, and my boyfriend. So if the argument were that, right, he's asking us to leave and we're all living here, and he was previously paying for it because we were in a relationship for 6 years, right? If that were the argument, I would agree with you. But it isn't, because she's saying that he doesn't have a problem whatsoever with this. So if he doesn't have a problem with this, then we have to kind of chuck that out to say, okay, well, you know what? This is something that he's doing because he wants to do it. What's his motivation? I have no idea. I don't understand it. But she's just doing what he allows her to do. So I think the accountability goes on.
Which makes him a sucker.
I don't know.
Him a sucker.
I wouldn't call him a sucker, but
he's a sucker, man.
I wouldn't call him a sucker, but I feel like we have to hold people accountable for what they do. Now, he's not complaining. He's doing this because of whatever his reason is. And so his reason's valid for him. It obviously works for him. I don't know why people do some of the things that they do, but they do what they do and they find, satisfaction in it. But I think that we have to ask, why is Kevin Samuels off of his stuff and he not on his principles like he normally be, because he's so smitten by this young lady.
Yeah, I mean, you're stuck on Kevin Samuels. I get it. The subject matter is on Kevin Samuels, but yo, check out Fresh and Fit. Look how they handled the situation with the. They, you know what I mean? They had it in check the whole time for the interview. You know what I mean? And they did a good job. So let's focus on that. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that they held her accountable from their point of view. So their point of view isn't his either. So they would need him. So that's the piece that's missing. They would need him to say, this person.
He's not going to come out in public and admit that he's a sucker. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing. He might not think that he's a sucker. He may think that he's being finessed.
Then I don't see him coming out in public to, give his side of the story.
No, I don't, because I see that he's still paying. So that says that he's okay with it. But if the argument was he had an issue with it or he was forcing them out, then I could entertain the idea that they're right. She's morally wrong. But I can't, because for him, she's not morally wrong for doing what it is somebody else wants her to do. So if you are paying for her to stay there, you want her to stay there, right? And so my thing is, we could say that prostitutes are morally wrong for selling sex. However, how many people would agree if they're Johns?
I would say a prostitute is more honorable than her.
I'm just saying.
I would say a prostitute is more honorable than that individual.
That's
at least you're getting something out of the situation.
Yeah, that's because you value sex more than whatever he's getting from her. It might be intimacy that's not outside of sex. It might be business.
It's not about sex or the money. It's a principle behind that. I mean, I'm a man of principle.
So it's about the principality for me too. So whatever principles drives while he's in the arrangement is what it is for me. Yeah, his principles are not yours. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. His principles are not mine. Yeah, for him, he's fine with her having a physical person there for her to have sex with. He's fine for her to have whatever it is that she's doing. But right now, in this space, he's going to continue to provide for her because she's doing whatever it is he needs her to do. And I don't know what that is, but he knows. So when a man no longer is gaining anything from a relationship, he's going to make an exit abruptly. That's the difference between a man and a woman. And that's one of the points that she was making. Women will typically stay in the relationship, even though they leave emotionally. They're going to stay in a relationship until they're sure that they can go out and take care of themselves or move and transition into another relationship. But for men, if he truly felt like he was done, and I know that you guys think that, oh, well, if these men got all this money, blah, blah, blah. No. When they're done and they got all this money, they still want you out. They don't want anything to do with you. So he'll still spend the same amount of money breaking his lease and paying the penalty that he would continuing to pay for her. So it's up to him as to whether or not he wanted her out or not, and he obviously doesn't. You said them ladies are honorable to their game, their security. I feel like they are until they aren't. I want to see what it looks like when one of these people get upset, because the problem is the conversations this girl is having. Just like with Rush in his perspective, the people on that panel were saying the same thing to her. Like, he was getting sex from you. Sex is what he wanted. And I think people have that mindset that that's what men want, because so many men operate from that point, but they're not that same age, not at that same stage and things like that. So I need you guys to expand your mind a little bit and understand that some men and some women want something different than the things we assume that they want. And we have to be attuning our energy to listen to that thing. This young lady wants his support. He's doing that. I just need Kevin Samuels to keep the same consistency and the energy he has with other women and degrading them and things like that. I need him to keep the same energy with this young lady with a kid and her high value earning man, whatever he calls it. Okay. So it's definitely been awesome having this conversation with you guys. It's been great in the chat. You guys have been amazing. Rush, thanks for coming on live. Shout out to the official urban therapist. Yeah, if you've not already subscribed to my channel, go ahead and do that now. And don't be out there on toxicity and stuff, making those shade comments and then deleting them on the internet, on YouTube. Like, what's that guy name? Manly Gossip. All right? So don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, it's raining. Like, I'm gonna sleep so good. So that's all I got, you guys. Later days. Take care. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the content, all that good stuff. You guys have been amazing.
Place it out.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.